on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on in to a Friday night edition of BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and Kate Constable is with me tonight. She's in for Brad Evans, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. Kate, how you doing on this Friday? I don't know about you, but I love a little spiciness on the last day of July. We haven't even played preseason games. We're only in the first full week of camp for teams, and we've already got coaches taking some shots at one another. I mean, how about that to kick off a Friday? How you doing, Kate?
Pat, I'm doing good. It doesn't get any better than that, right? Early on, training camp just started, and we're already have teams going back and forth. Like, the drama is already here. If that doesn't get you ready for football, I don't know what will. And I like the coaches. We'll dive into it, but I like the coaches that are involved within the drama and the back and forth and almost the pettiness of it all, the pettiness that is the NFL. Like, July 31st, August 1st upon us tomorrow, and this has already got some back and forth going on. Again, does not get much better than this.
Yeah, so who are we talking about? Who the hell are we talking about? Well, we're going to tell you, because Liam Cohen was talking about his team. And remember, the Jacksonville Jaguars last year won 9 games in a row to finish the regular season at 13-4. Win the AFC South, get themselves into a playoffs, and then the Jacksonville Jaguars, after that, in the postseason, for as great of a regular season as they did have, and as much as Trevor Lawrence shut me up for a large portion of that season, they had their chances to beat the Buffalo Bills at home, and they failed. And they stumbled. They could not stop Buffalo on the final drive. Josh Allen snuck it in for the win. Either way, still a lot of promise this year for Jacksonville. And Liam Cohen was asked about motivating his players. And here was the response from the now second-year head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Take a listen.
No, you're right. You know what I said to the staff the other day was, I go, guys, this is the best part of coaching the Jacksonville Jaguars. You don't have to make up telling your players stuff. You don't have to make up the fire. You don't have to make it up. It's given to us every day. Yeah. And it's like a welcome. It's a gift from the heavens. From you just scroll. I just go pull up my phone, look at the NFL Network website, and just pop up here. And I'm curious if I see any photos or anything about the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think I'll just scroll right on through.
You keep going, yeah.
I think I'll see 40 pictures of Caleb Williams, and I won't see a single thing about any of our players on here. And so it's beautiful because it's like, yeah, guys, this is great. Thanks.
The gift that keeps on giving.
I'm going to tell all these guys how much you all think they suck, and we'll just keep going.
Yeah, well, and what's beautiful about that is, like, you don't have to manufacture.
I don't
make up some ghost to the room.
They do see through. They see through.
Yeah,
the
right. They do. Right.
They see through fraudulent. They see through when you're not being honest with them.
Yeah, so how about that, by the way? That is courtesy of 1010XL in Jacksonville. That's the radio flagship home of the Jacksonville Jaguars. We'll get to the second part of this in just a bit here, but Kate, what do you think? I mean, he's right, but like, why would we talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars? If they were a great team, if they were, like, here's the thing, if like the Dallas Cowboys get talked about no matter what, and so they're the Dallas Cowboys, but like, anybody talking about the Seahawks? Other than that, they're defending Super Bowl champions? Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Like, people talk about the Chiefs every year because they've become a dynasty. People talk about the Ravens and the Bills because they've got top 5 undeniable quarterbacks in football in Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. why would a lot of people be talking about the Jacksonville Jaguars? They were largely mediocre for the last decade. And Trevor Lawrence, they had a great season. Yeah, they won their division. They won 13 games, and then they had a home playoff game and lost and blew a lead in the final 3 minutes. So, am I wrong, or should we be talking more about the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Well, I think we should be talking a little bit more about them, but I don't think I mean, they're a small market team. Small market teams don't get talked about unless you are like a Kansas City who has been a dynasty, or a Buffalo because you have Josh Allen, all those things that you just rattled off. So Liam Cohen isn't wrong in the sense that, like, yeah, maybe his team does deserve a little bit more love after winning the division and ending the season 9-1. But if you look at their schedule over the last 10 games of last season, it was a pretty soft schedule. Pat, you played the Cardinals, Titans twice, the Colts without
Daniel Jones.
Thank you. You played the Jets. Like, you had one tough game against the Broncos in Denver, and you won that one. So I'll give you that. But, like, other than that, it was a pretty soft schedule. I think coaches try and find whatever tiny little angle they can to motivate their teams. And this is this is a fairly big one for players who they want to be talked about, like NFL players. Which NFL player doesn't want to be talked about in the media in a bright light of, like, this team is going to be, someone to be scared of this upcoming season or someone to watch out for, when Jacksonville probably feels like they deserve a little bit more of that. And the fact that they're not, it's food for fodder for Liam Cohen and company. So I don't blame him for saying all that, but it's just, you kind of need another good year or two before a team of Jacksonville's history and caliber starts getting talked about in mainstream a little bit more.
Well, and here's the other thing, like, quick exercise, 30 seconds, because honestly, I just asked myself asked it to myself in my head, like, who are the top 3, in your opinion, most talked about teams here on July 31st? I mean, the most obvious is the LA Rams, because they got Myles Garrett this offseason, and Aaron Donald may or may not come out of retirement. Other than that, I can't think, like, oh my God, I've already heard too much about this team. Kate, give me some other teams. Who has been talked about incessantly this offseason? Other than the Rams, I can't think of anybody that it's like off the top of my head, oh yeah, this team's been talked about so much.
Maybe it's because I live in Chicago and so I get the local media more, but I do think the Bears have been in headlines quite a bit. And that's even on ESPN, some of the national stuff. So I would say that is a team that about more so now than they have before, but like a couple of years ago, they were kind of like, we're not talking about them, and honestly, they didn't really deserve to be talked about. But you have a season like Chicago did last year under a first-year head coach, like that's kind of deserving of being talked about in the offseason. The only other one, Pat, and this isn't like excessively, but the Patriots, because they went to the Super Bowl last year, and that's about it. Other than that,
okay.
Like the Seahawks who won the Super Bowl, they haven't been talked about a whole lot. So, yeah, I think you're right in saying the Rams, but I would add those other two as well.
Okay, that's fair. And I'm glad, and you mentioned it. Maybe it's because you're in Chicago, but okay, you know what? It's been a lot of Caleb Williams. He's on the cover of Madden. I'll give you that. And that's what Liam Cohen said. I go on the NFL website, and it's like 40 pictures or videos of Caleb Williams. Well, so that's a bit of a shot, right? Maybe it's not a shot, but he's telling us. I keep seeing the Bears every single time I look at the NFL's website. Well, Ben Johnson was asked about that today. And here is what the second-year Bears head coach, who in his first year, just like Liam Cohen, also won the division, also went to the postseason, also is a kind of fiery guy, right? We saw Ben Johnson get into a little bit of a dust-up, not afraid to show the emotional side. Couple of awkward handshakes with Matt LaFleur towards the end of the season. Liam Cohen had his dust up with Robert Saleh, who said he would bleep his world up. So these guys, they're fiery, man. And Ben Johnson, here's a little arrow in the woods gets slung his direction. Here was the second-year Bears head coach response. Take a listen.
Well, we're the number one regression candidates, so I think we got plenty of motivation ourselves. We talked about Caleb in the past; he's used to handling a lot of attention, so I'm not worried about that.
How about that? We're the number one regression candidate. Caleb's used to getting talked about a lot, so I'm not worried about that. This is pretty friendly, I would say, and which which exchanging of barbs on July 31st, it would have to be real spicy in order for it to be obvious. But there's a little subtlety there. There's a little something bubbling under the surface. And just a quick look at the schedule here for both the Chicago Bears and the Jacksonville Jaguars. They play one another Week 13 at Soldier Field in Chicago. Bears, Jaguars, 1 p.m. Eastern, noon kickoff Central Time. And that might have some major playoff implications. It might, because, Kate, I do think both of these teams will regress. I've already said it. I think the Bears miss the playoffs. I think the Jaguars miss the playoffs. Maybe one of them gets in. Maybe that Week 13 game ends up being a deciding factor to see who's going to get into the playoffs or not. But did you think that that there's a little something more there from Ben Johnson, like that they've already got that game circled on the calendar in Week 13, or did you think this was pretty harmless?
No, that's certainly a shot at Liam Cohen and the Jaguars. And Ben Johnson is not afraid to take shots at other teams. We've seen him do it to Matt LaFleur and the Packers. Like he basically just created an even larger rivalry. I mean, obviously Bears and Packers, it's been one of the biggest rivalries in the history of the NFL. But I mean, between head coaches, like he was not even... The thought of being friends with Matt LaFleur or friendly was not even crossing Ben Johnson's mind. He's like, we hate the Packers. I have to hate Matt LaFleur too. So I'm going to call him out in the media last year. Now this Liam Cohen stuff comes up, and he didn't take a direct shot at Liam Cohen or saying anything, but Ben Johnson knows what he's doing. And so he's responding to a quote that was put out hours before, the day before, and people were asked. The question was essentially asked because of what Liam Cohen said. So I think Ben Johnson certainly is taking a shot back, and I think he likes doing that, and two, again, that's just more motivation and fodder for his team that he can point to later in the season and say, okay, remember early on when bars were all mad that we were being talked about more. Let's use that. Let's channel all of that stuff. And so, yeah, all these head coaches, like, it's like the subtle shots that you can kind of go both ways. But I think everyone knows that these are back and forth at each other.
Yeah. 310-840-4910. If you heard those comments we just played from Liam Cohen talking about how nobody talks about the Jaguars. It's easy to motivate his players. He goes to the NFL website. He sees 40 pictures and videos of Caleb Williams. Ben Johnson then responded, talking about how, where were the number one regression candidate? Do you think there's a little something extra there, or is that harmless on the final day, in the final week of July, or the first week of training camp? 310-840-4910. But that gets me thinking here, Kate. I think both these teams missed the playoffs. I know you're a Bears fan. I think you're pretty bullish on them, as are a lot of Bears fans. So what do you think? Who will have the better season between a team that has quarterbacks that were shaky in their rookie seasons and early on in their careers? Trevor Lawrence, big step forward last year. Caleb Williams, massive step forward. Two head coaches that were hotshot coordinators, got to the playoffs, won their division in year one. Now, both being told they're going to regress here in year two. Try to take your Bears fandom out of it if you can. If you're looking at the Jags and the Bears together, who do you think is the better roster, the better team, and maybe even the better coach right now? If you had to pick one team gets to the postseason and one doesn't, who would you say?
That's so hard, Pat, because even if I consciously try and take my fandom out of it, I still feel like I'm a little biased. But I'm going to say the Bears. I'm higher on Ben Johnson than I am Liam Cohen, although I still think very highly of what Liam Cohen has done and did in year one in Jacksonville. I like Ben Johnson's kind of approach. I think Caleb is the more talented quarterback. We've seen a significant larger sample size of Trevor Lawrence. And maybe all it takes is the right head coach to be paired with you and things turn around. And so, Trevor Lawrence has had a very up and down career in the NFL in terms of his head coaches. And now that he finally has one that clicks with him, maybe his play is elevated more going forward. But I think you can say that, Caleb Williams, even just in year two, had a better season than Trevor Lawrence. And then the roster as a whole, I do like Chicago's more. Both of these teams are going to be playing first place schedules, having won their division. So I think both are candidates for regression. As much as I do love the Bears, I mean, they are a candidate, one of the top candidates for regression for a reason, Pat. A tough schedule, target on their back. A lot of fourth quarter comeback wins, all of those types of things. So I think the Bears are the better team between the two of them, but that's not to say that they won't also regress this upcoming year.
Yeah, honestly, if I had to pick between the two, I do like your Chicago Bears better because I don't think this Jaguars offense is all that special, if I'm being honest. I think underrated was the season that Travis Etienne had last year. And the answer for the Jaguars is no, we believe in Bajal Tootin. Like, we're going to ride this kid. He only had 300 rushing yards last year on 83 carries, less than 4 yards a carry. But the fourth round pick from Virginia Tech, yeah, we love him. And Chris Rodriguez, that's our other guy. Like, you're asking for a lot in the running department, which was pretty damn solid for them last year to rely on Bajal Tootin. The receiving core, again, look at what they did last year. Brian Thomas, 700 yards, but about as inconsistent as they come. A lot of struggles early on in the season catching the football last year. Jacoby Myers, they got him at the trade deadline last season, and then, he ended up having an okay time. Finale of that season. They got a healthy Travis Hunter. That's the wild card there, is how good has Travis Hunter got to be. But then also Parker Washington. I know a lot of people that are very, very bullish on Parker Washington, think he's going to slam over 1,000 receiving yards. So I'm not that high on the Jags offense and their receiving core and their weapons. So for me, the defense, yeah, I mean, it's really good. It's really good on paper. Their pass rush is one of the best in football. And again, Travis Hunter, if he's able to play both sides of the ball and play, even just 50% of the snaps at corner and he stays healthy, hard not to think that he's not going to be really good. So there's a lot of upside if you want to buy into it. I'm not necessarily ready to buy into it. And if there is a team that's going to regress more than the other, yeah, I think it's going to be Jacksonville versus your Chicago Bears. So I'll actually side with you there, Kate.
Yeah, the only thing that makes me think that Jacksonville might have a better record towards the end of the season is the division that they play in is historically softer than the NFC North, and I think the AFC South is getting better. Houston's going to be good this year. Their defense is nothing to joke about. Tennessee's going to take a step forward, but what does that look like after you only won 3 games last year? A step forward could be 6-7 wins, right? And then the Colts, I'm not quite sure what to think of them this season. Obviously, they got off to a phenomenal start at the beginning of the year last year, but that Daniel Jones injury kind of derailed things. Whereas you could take a look at anyone in the NFC North and you could make an argument for them to win the division. So obviously Bears play everyone plays their division twice. And so the schedule for the Bears, I think, is a little bit tougher. So maybe you do see, if you look at the win-loss category, Jacksonville had a better season than Chicago, 13-4 versus 11-6 for the Bears. Obviously, we know that doesn't, tell the whole story, but that could be the case at the end of the season.
310-840-4910. 2 teams that are regression candidates, 2 second-year head coaches that won their division in year 1, 2 quarterbacks that proved a lot last year but still have more to prove. Who do you believe in more, the Jaguars or the Bears? 310-840-4910 is your number to call and is also your number to text. 310-840-4910. Kate, we've got other teams, though, that are regression candidates. Maybe you could say they're being slept on. Maybe you could say they're being disrespected. In addition to the Jags and the Bears, we've got 3 other teams. Are they going to regress? Or are they going to shut a lot more people up this year? We'll talk about it when we come back. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. We also got a lot of baseball to get to, so don't worry, that's coming up shortly. But just getting rolling here on this Friday, the final day of July. She's Kate Constable. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome all back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable filling in for Brad Evans. And the phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Opening segment talking about Liam Cohen and Ben Johnson exchanging some pleasantries, exchanging some words. Or in the first week of training camp, Liam Cohen talking about how it's easy to motivate his players because nobody talks about the Jaguars. Meanwhile, he looks at the NFL website and he's got 40 pictures of Caleb Williams that hits him in the face. And so Ben Johnson heard that and decided to say, yeah, well, we're the number one regression for candidate for regression. So Caleb hears a bunch of stuff all the time. We don't really pay attention to it. There's a little something under the surface there. So we debated, Kate and I, who do you trust more between two, quote unquote, regression candidates this year? The Jaguars or the Bears? 310-840-4910. Well, Kate, I figured, why not lump three more division winners from a year ago that you could mention, you could argue, are candidates for regression here into the conversation. That way we got a nice list of 5 teams. And we'll start, I'll give out the first one if you want to go next. I think a lot of people, myself included, and this doesn't necessarily mean they're going to miss the playoffs, but I don't think they're going to be nearly as good as they were last year in terms of their record, which they won the AFC East. They had a record of 14-3. That would be the New England Patriots. I think the Patriots are absolutely a candidate for regression, and I think they are almost certainly not going to be as good as they were a year ago. I mean, how could you match 14-3? But I mean, 10-7, 9-8, neither of those records would shock me in the slightest. I think the New England Patriots are absolutely going to regress this year. Just a quick look at again, they played, Kate, a top 5 easiest schedule in terms of their opponents' combined records last year. Top 5 easiest schedule in NFL history. In NFL history. Look at the Patriots' schedule this year. Yes, the AFC East is still weak. I'm not expecting the Jets to be very good, and I'm expecting the Dolphins to be one of the worst teams in football. Okay, that's 4. That should be 4 wins, right? Should be 4 wins. Outside of that, I'm just going to rattle off the teams they got to play. At Seattle, home against Steelers, at the Jags, at the Bills. They do get the Raiders. Maybe it's Mendoza's debut, but still, they do get the Raiders at home. Bears on the road, Packers at home, Lions across the pond, Chargers on the road, Vikings at home, Chiefs on the road, Broncos at home. This ain't a cupcake schedule anymore, baby. This ain't a cupcake schedule anymore. Just off of that alone, I think you could take 4 or 5 wins right off the board from the Patriots. I'm not a believer in Drake May taking a massive step forward. Again, he was really good last year, MVP runner-up, because he faced some of the weakest defenses in football on a week-in and week-out basis. I want New England to prove me wrong. You hear that, Boston? All you arrogant Boston fans, I want you to prove me wrong. But I'm pretty confident that they're not going to. So the Patriots, my top candidate for regression this year in the NFL, Kate.
Pat, I really can't argue with you much. Like the schedule or the lack of competition within the schedule last year being one of the easiest ever. Yeah, that's going to lead to a lot of wins. And you play a more difficult schedule this year. And I think the Patriots would have to significantly improve in order to keep that same 14-3 record. And I think that they are a team that can continue to grow, but like to do that again in back-to-back seasons, I'm with you that I think they certainly will regress. I'm going to go ahead and say the Broncos are my number one over the Patriots of the 3 that you threw out, in that they were also 14-3, but they had 11 one-score games, or one-possession games, rather, last season. And so we talk about that with the Bears a lot, with how many fourth-quarter comebacks they had and one-score games that they played in. And, I mean, that's just really difficult to repeat. I think their defense is going to be good again this year. Bo Nix is a good quarterback. He's not a great quarterback. And then they play in a division where Patrick Mahomes is going to be back this year. The Chiefs should be Maybe they're not peak Chiefs level, but they're going to be good. The Chargers are going to be really good this year. The Raiders are a different story, but I think that division is also pretty difficult once again, whereas there aren't many gimme games within that. So I'm going to go Broncos as my number one regression candidate.
I could see that for sure. And I agree with you. I mean, again, if we're talking about just in terms of how many less wins are they going to have from last year, I don't think they're getting 14 wins. I don't. I think 11. I think if they get 11, it's a really good season for the Denver Broncos. And again, you look at the schedule, just look at the division. Yeah, again, you got the weakest version of the Kansas City Chiefs in years, right? And think about when the Broncos played them last year. They played them in week 11 and they beat them by a field goal. And then they played him on Christmas when it was Chris Olodokun playing quarterback, right? Who the hell played Chris Oladokin, however the hell you say his name. So you got a gift of a win on Christmas night against the Chiefs last year. You ain't getting that this season. You think the Chargers are going to be really good. I got my reservations about the Chargers, but I do think the Raiders will be better. And, even last year when the Raiders were terrible, Denver had to win a game against them at home on Thursday Night Football 10-7. And then they played them on the road in Vegas in week 14, and they only won by one score. So that was the worst version of the Raiders you were going to get, and they beat them in 2 games by a combined 10 points. If they're playing them, and let's check when they do play the Raiders this year in 2026, they don't play the Raiders until the back half of the season. That's likely 2 games against Fernando Mendoza. I think the Raiders could steal one of those against Denver. I absolutely do. The Chiefs, you're not getting Chris Oladokin this time. Again, the Chargers, they normally split with one another anyway. But you look at the rest of that schedule again. They got to play the Rams, the Niners, the Seahawks. They play the entire NFC West. They do play the AFC East, so they do play the Jets and the Dolphins, but that also means they play the Bills and the Patriots. And again, I do think the Patriots are going to regress. But either way, much tougher schedule. And I agree with you. I think Bo Nix is a good quarterback. I don't think he's a great quarterback. So Broncos, I'm right there with you. Their defense is going to be incredible. It's going to be elite. I think the Texans and the Broncos are going to have the number 1 and number 2 defense all season long, but I don't think their defense is good enough to get them 14 wins on their own. This Broncos offense was so stop and start and inconsistent in the first half of games last year, constantly having to use the second half. And like you said, 1-score wins to get the job done. You're almost never that lucky back-to-back years in the NFL. Maybe luck's not the right word. Maybe it's fortunate, but either way, the Chiefs 2 years ago, Kate, right? Weren't they undefeated in 1-score games? This past year, They almost lost every single 1-score games. Now, that's extreme ends of the spectrum. You're normally going to be somewhere in the middle, and that's where I think the Denver Broncos are going to be this year if they play a lot of 1-score games. So, 10 or 11 wins is probably what I see them finishing the year with. One other team that is a regression candidate. But, Kate, I want to ask you first how you feel about them because I don't think they're going to regress. I think they're actually going to probably have the same amount of wins, if not more. And honestly, I think you can make the argument they're going to bounce back despite the fact that they won the division last year because of how ugly they looked. And that's the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't think they regress. And I'm a Giants fan, so this pains me to say this, Kate, but I think the Eagles are going to be as good, if not better, than they were a year ago. And that means another NFC East crown, and that means this offense looking more like they did 2 years ago when they won the Super Bowl than last year.
Are you at all concerned about a new offensive system coming into Philadelphia once again for Jalen Hurts? You have Sean Mannion, who's out of the Sean McVay, Shanahan tree, which is kind of a different style of play than Hurts has played in the previous seasons. And just to have the turnover of offensive coordinator year after year after year, that makes me nervous. I still think the Eagles have a great roster, but some of those other factors make me a little weary, Pat.
Yeah, look, it can't be worse than last year. It can't be, right? Sure. I mean, I guess in theory, maybe it could, because I felt like last year I was saying to myself, well, the Bengals defense can't be worse than it was last year, and they actually were. Right? The Cowboys defense couldn't be worse than it was last year, and it actually was. So I guess the Eagles offense can be worse than it was a season ago. Maybe we're all underestimating just how good A.J. Brown really is, and despite all the drama and the noise that he brings, he's a top 10 receiver, maybe. Maybe Devontae Smith can't handle being a number 1 receiver. Maybe Saquon Barkley is starting to get washed up and old, and he's going to look like he's on the wrong side of 30. Maybe the offensive line does struggle, but I don't think it could be worse than it was last year because I think Kevin Patullo was the most uncreative, bland loser of a coordinator and play caller that I've seen in the NFL in quite some time. I used to say this about Arthur Smith, and I still do, but it applies to Kevin Patullo as well, Kate. My 9-year-old nephew with a box of crayons could draw up better plays than Kevin Patullo was calling for the Eagles last year. How many times are you going to get stuffed on first down running the stupid shotgun inside zone, giving Saquon Barkley no chance to get a head full of steam, watching him just plow right into the defensive line and fall down and say, hey, you know what, guys? Let's run that play again. Let's run that again. Let's keep running. And then maybe it'll work. I mean, my God. Sean Mannion in Green Bay, hopefully he learned a thing or two from Matt LaFleur. Hopefully the right things from Matt LaFleur. Because I've been very critical of Matt LaFleur this offseason, Kate. I think he's the one that's been holding the Packers back. Has to run the ball 50% of the time and throw the ball 50% of the time. It can't be any other way. But the pre-snap motion that we've already heard about, that we've seen a lot more in Philadelphia, they used almost none of it last year. Getting more creative with the terms of the formations and how they line up, getting Jalen Hurts under center, that's great. So I don't think the Eagles' offense can be worse than it was last year. I'm looking forward to Sean Mannion. I know it's another first-year play caller. I know, but look, and here's the thing. Can Jalen Hurts adapt? He can't. He's one I mean, come on. The guy went to 2 Super Bowls, and he outplayed Patrick Mahomes at both of them. He's fine. He'll adapt. He'll be okay. I got a lot of belief in Jalen Hurts, which, again, as a diehard Giants fan, hurts me to say. No pun intended. But I do think the Eagles will bounce back and win at least 11 games. That offense is going to look pretty good. So I don't think they're going to regress, but I know a lot of people that do think they will.
They have the 10th easiest schedule, which isn't that's not what the Patriots had last year. I mean, Patriots had the easiest, but 10th easiest. Yeah, that should win them some games right there. And you also have the factor of maybe there's not as much drama this year. There was a lot going on off the field in the locker room with the A.J. Brown stuff that maybe with him off the team, and that's not even to say that was all his fault. I mean, there could have been several other factors within the locker room that we have no idea of, but you got to believe that maybe things are a little bit smoother off the field than what we saw last year.
Yeah, by the way, producer Zach Kroll filling in for Brandon Combs one more time this week says in our show chat, crazy stat, in the last 36 seasons in the NFL, there have been at least 4 new playoff teams each year. That's great. And that was when the playoffs used to be 12 teams, right? The NFL was always 12 teams, and then we expanded to 14.
Mm-hmm.
It never was 10, right? It was always 12 because you had the top 2. Yeah, you had the top 2 seeds get the bye for the longest time, and 3 played 6 and 4 played 5. And now we have 7. So, yeah. And you would think there's more room for new teams every year when there's 14 versus 12, but still, that's crazy stats. So 4 new playoff teams. That means 4 teams that made the playoffs a year ago have missed the playoffs every single year. So who's it going to be? Out of the 5 teams we just listed, we opened the show talking about the Bears and the Jaguars, and just now the Patriots, the Broncos, and the Eagles. History would tell us probably at least 2 of those teams are going to miss the playoffs this year. If I had to pick, I would say it's going to be the Jaguars and it's going to be the Chicago Bears. I could see the Patriots regressing, but still sneaking as a wild card team. I don't think the Eagles are going to regress, and I do think the Broncos can regress and also still be a wild card team, even if they don't win the AFC West. So for me, it's the Jags and the Bears, Kate. Out of the 5 teams we've profiled here in this first 2 segments of the show, if you had to pick 2 of them to miss the playoffs, who would it be?
I'm going to go Jaguars as well. And then I'm going to go Broncos with my second one. I think the Broncos are going to take a larger step back than what most people think, just based on a lot of those one score wins. And can the offense do enough? We know the defense is going to be phenomenal, but you can't have a great defense and a bad. Well, I shouldn't say the Broncos offense is bad. It's not bad. It's just not elite by any means. So I'm going to go Broncos and Jaguars as my 2 that will miss.
Very good. So we're both lockstep on the Jaguars. You think the Broncos will miss. I think the Bears will miss. 310-840-4910. Out of those 5 teams we've rattled off, which do you think are the likeliest to regress? Jaguars, Bears, Patriots, Broncos, and the Eagles. All 5 were division winners a season ago. 3 of them had first-year head coaches. Patriots with Vrabel, and then the Bears and Jaguars first-time head coaches with Liam Cohen and Ben Johnson. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll get your calls and we'll get your texts when we come back. Plus, you know what time it's going to be. It'll be time to go streaking, baby. Let's see if we can be perfect tonight. She's Kate Constable filling in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable, filling in for Brad Evans. At the phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Crack. That's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward, depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available with our friends at BetMGM. Here's how it works. You play as the batter, and you select an area of the strike zone. If you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token. That's with our friends at BetMGM. Right before we get to Let's Go Streaking here, Kate, I mean, it's a great read, and we love our friends at BetMGM. I just can't help every time I start that read, and the first word is, I have to say, crack. All I think about is Stephen A. Smith going, and Lamar Odom, who was on crack. Every time. That's all I think of in my brain. It takes everything in me not to laugh or mention that, but I did. So I guess I couldn't avoid it this time.
Honestly, I'm not quite sure I know the clip. I might need you to send me that.
You're kidding me, right?
Of Stephen A? Was it in the docu-series on Lamar Odom, or is this just straight up on First Take?
Yeah, it was on First Take. I forget. Honestly, it's so long ago that I forget the context of it. I think he was talking about
Lamar Odom on crack.
I think he was talking about
that would be fair because he was.
I think he was talking about when Lamar was when he was on the Lakers, the year that he was Sixth Man of the Year, right? And they won the championship in 2009 or 2010 or whatever. Or maybe it was 2009 because I remember he arrived at training camp out of shape, and I think that's when that was kind of rumored to be. Zach says he was ripping Phil Jackson in the process of that clip. I'm sure our guy Lee in Westwood One Studios can find it, and maybe we could play it as a drop. But because it is one of the all-time.
Yes, get that as a drop before that promo every time, before that read. That's the way to do it.
All righty. All right, without further ado, let's have our guy Lee play our music here for one of the best segments that we do every day on the show. It's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! All righty, the premise of Let's Go Streaking, we go around the crew. Everybody picks one batter they think will correctly get a hit in tonight's baseball slate. We've got a couple of active streaks. I'm at 2, looking to make it 3 in a row. And Max is a perfect 2 for 2 since they started doing this segment. So we'll see if Max can make it 3 for 3. Our producer for today, Zach Kroll, he is at 1, looking to make it 2 in a row. And then Kate, you and Lee looking to start new streaks, but you guys have been really damn good at this in your small sample size of doing it. Kate, you're 8 out of 10. Lee is 5 out of 7. And so this should be a good one. I'm feeling really good about tonight. I'm feeling really confident. And the last time I took this guy, he did not get a hit for me. And I'm going back to him. Give me Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians going up tonight against the Diamondbacks at home. Mitch Bratt is on the mound for the Diamondbacks. I'm not going to lie to you and act like I know a whole lot about Mitch Bratt. What I do know is that he has made 4 starts this season, and Mitch Bratt, the 23-year-old, has an ERA of 6.32. He's given up 20 hits in 15 innings. Jose Ramirez batting second in the lineup, and against lefties, again, it hasn't been a great year for Jose Ramirez, but against lefties, he's still been pretty damn good, batting .306. So Jose Ramirez against the lefty, Jose Ramirez at home, a lefty that has been god-awful in his short sample size in the big leagues. Give me Jose Ramirez to get a knock tonight. Kate, looking to start a new streak. You're 8 out of 10 lifetime. Who are you rolling with?
Yep. I need to get going here again. I'm going to go with Yordan Alvarez. He's going up against Nathan Eovaldi. He has been very good against Eovaldi in his career, hitting 480. He's got 3 doubles, 2 homers in 25 at-bats, and he's also hitting righties really well this season. 337 against righties. And after not getting a hit 2 nights ago, Astros had a day off. I think Alvarez can come back and get one tonight. So I'm going Yordan Alvarez.
Bang. All right. I believe Monty had a streak of 5, and he took Yordan Alvarez a couple of nights ago, and Yordan went 0 for. So hopefully it comes through for you tonight, Kate. All right. Let's get to Zach Kroll filling in for producer Brandon Combs tonight. Zach on a current streak of 1 after he took Wilson Contreras for the 3rd time in a row. Took Wilson Contreras on Monday, didn't get him a hit. Took Wilson Contreras again on Tuesday, didn't get him a hit. Took Wilson Contreras again on Wednesday, finally got him a hit. So you're looking to make it 2 in a row, Zach. Who are you rocking with tonight?
Guys, before I reveal my pick, I actually wanted to ask you, since Yordan Alvarez came up, did you guys happen to see the home run he hit the other night in Los Angeles and the sound the baseball made coming off of his bat? Because if you haven't heard it, it's one of the craziest sounds I've ever seen.
Crack?
It did. Big time.
There it is. Perfect.
I totally ruined that. I'm sorry, Zach. You had the sound ready to go. I totally botched that.
Hey, all you did was describe the sound.
I can't believe you've never heard that, Kate.
Now that I've heard it, yes, I have heard it. I couldn't tell you when he said it or what the context was outside of talking about Lamar Odom, but I have heard that clip before. Yeah.
It's when Phil Jackson brought Lamar Odom back over to the Knicks, I think, right?
Oh, excuse me. Hiccups. Is that when that was? No, because I was going to say, unless if Lamar Odom played for the Knicks, I missed it. Unless it was like training camp and then they cut him. I don't remember Lamar Odom ever being on the Knicks. No, he wasn't. It must have been in L.A. It must have been, again, the year that he was sixth man of the year.
Thinking about it. Oh, maybe.
Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, that would make sense. All right, Zach, anyway, who are you going with your pick?
We're going with Bryce Terang against the Los Angeles Angels. Ryan Johnson on the mound for the Angels. He has an ERA over 7. I'll take arguably the Brewers' best hitter. Give me Bryce Terang.
All right, sweet. Our guy Lee DeLapp looking to start a new streak after Drake Baldwin, or was it Baldwin or Acuna, couldn't get him a knock last night. Lee looking to start a new streak tonight. Who are you rocking with?
Yeah, it was C.J. Abrams who I'd been trying to get, and I was not hot on that one. So, yeah, bad pick by me. I am going back to the well, though. I think Fernando Tatis had me in that 5-game win streak. He's going against lefty versus righty, I believe. No, I'm sorry. Tatis is a righty. He's going against Whisenhunt. So give me him in the leadoff for the Padres versus the Giants tonight.
All right, and hopefully these damn hiccups will go away here. I don't know if you guys are picking those up over the air, but all right. And then Max looking to make it a perfect 3 for 3. Max is going with Vlad Guerrero Jr. against the Cardinals. So there you go. There's your 5-piece tonight. I'm going Jose Ramirez. Lee is going Fernando Tatis. Max going Vladdy. Zach is going with Bryce Terang, and Kate, you're going with Yordan Alvarez. There you go. Hopefully these hiccups will be gone in 5 minutes. We're going to talk about Kurt Signetti calling out the SEC. Oh, baby. This is BetMGM tonight.
This is
down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable filling in for Brad Evans, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 this Friday night kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Lot of football in the first hour after the comments from Liam Cohen yesterday about it's easy to motivate his players because nobody talks about the Jaguars. Meanwhile, he goes to the NFL website and sees Caleb Williams all over the place. Ben Johnson caught wind of that. He responded, said, yeah, well, we're the number one regression candidate, so yada, yada, yada. Nice little, just subtle barbs thrown at one another. Nothing too crazy. It's only July, but that got me and Kate debating which team do you trust more out of the Jaguars and Bears. And then as a larger discussion, out of the 5 division winners this year or last year that are prime candidates for regression, the Jaguars, the Bears, the Patriots, the Broncos, and the Eagles, which of those teams do you think missed the playoffs? Which of those teams do you think regress? 310-840-4910. We also just went streaking, so a lot of fun in the first hour in case you're just joining us. We've got Big Ten Media Days going on this week, Kate, and Curt Cignetti. I mean, if there's anybody, like, could you have turned yourself into any larger of a living legend than what Curt Cignetti did last year and really the last 2 years with the Indiana Hoosiers? So, I mean, he's got free reign, honestly, to say whatever the hell he wants. He could talk all the bleep he wants, and that's the position you're in right now. And we know he's a psycho, so we know he's not afraid of it anyway, no matter how, speaking of regression, no matter how much you think Indiana is going to be a challenger for the college football national championship. Our friends at BetMGM seem to think they're a contender again. They are 4th on the odds list. But how about Curt Cignetti calling out the SEC? Take a listen to this. This is Indiana head coach Curt Cignetti taking some shots at maybe the SEC being overrated.
The Big Ten is the best league in football, and a lot of really good football teams. It's hard to win on the road. Very physical football teams, very well coached. It definitely prepares you for the playoffs. There's no doubt about it. The numbers speak for themselves. I mean, we don't run a hype machine up here in the Midwest. We believe everything's earned, not given. And when we fall short, we say we fell short. We don't cry a river, whine, and complain. All right? And that's why we're the best.
Coach Cignetti, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Wow. How about that? We're not a hype machine. We don't cry a river when we lose. I mean, my gosh. Kate, there is taking some shots, and then there is taking out the whole freaking blowtorch at the entire SEC. And that is what Curt Cignetti did at Big Ten Media Days. What did you think of those comments from the psycho that is Curt Cignetti?
Well, Pat, I mean, this goes back to our very first segment opening the show here tonight of coaches taking jabs at each other. Like, this is sports at its very finest. We had Liam Cohen taking shots at the Bears, Ben Johnson responding to Liam Cohen, and now we have Curt Cignetti going after the SEC. I mean, he's not wrong, and I love just how candid Curt Cignetti is. I think it's one of the things that makes him such a good head coach, and you could say the same thing about Ben Johnson and Liam Cohen as well. I mean, they're on the up and up in terms of their coaching tenures as well. So I love it. I love the fact that he called out the SEC because forever the Big Ten has been the little brother of the SEC, and I think that narrative kind of needs to change, especially based on the last 3 national champions. You've had 3 Big Ten teams win national titles in the last 3 seasons, not including Michigan in basketball this year. So, like, yeah, this is kind of the Big Ten's time to shine. And I think it's fair that Curt Cignetti kind of calls that out and heightens it a little bit.
Yeah, and look, I mean, you mentioned it. The last 3 national champions, Indiana, Ohio State, Michigan. That's enough of an argument alone there. But, again, I feel like every year it's, the SEC, right? Best conference in football, without a doubt. Look at all these teams. You put Auburn, you put Ole Miss in a different conference, and they're winning it no matter what. And yet, Big Ten is pretty damn stacked. Now, the Big Ten might be a little bit more top-heavy than the SEC. I would agree, Kate, that even now, based off the last year results, the last 2-3 years with the NIL and transfer portal, changing how college football, the landscape dramatically, I still think the SEC from top to bottom overall has better teams. That doesn't mean it's a better conference. Look, it is a blowtorch that Curt Cignetti took out, but he's not wrong. You got the titles to prove it. And look at the field. Look at the college football playoff field from a year ago. And for those of you that forgot here, I'll quickly bring it back up here. Again, Indiana, Big Ten. Oregon, Big Ten. There's 2 for you. And I think that's all they got in last year, right, Kate, if I'm not mistaken? Indiana, Oregon? Oh, no. Ohio State 3. Ohio State 3.
Yeah, Penn State not. Usually Penn State's 4th, and Penn State was not in last year.
Yep.
If I'm recalling.
Brutal year for Penn State. So there you go. 3 from the Big Ten. How about the SEC? You had Georgia as 1, Ole Miss 2, Alabama 3, Oklahoma 4.
Which questions on whether Alabama should have been in.
Yep. And Texas A&M 5. So you had 5, and out of those teams, again, A&M got bounced by Miami, an ACC team, in the first round. Bama was getting crushed by Oklahoma, then blasted them. Then Indiana blew the doors off of them. And Ole Miss beats Georgia and then gets beat by Miami. And Alabama, like we said, got crushed. So those semifinals last year was Oregon, Indiana, Big Ten versus Big Ten, Ole Miss versus Miami, SEC versus ACC. And, there you have it. I think just off of that, based off the 3 champions from the past 3 years, and based off the fact that both of these conferences have had major expansion, right? Which, I mean, look, it's annoying that this is the landscape that we deal with college football, but also Oregon coming over from the Pac-12, Washington joining the Big Ten as well, UCLA and USC versus the teams that the SEC have recently added, which is most notably Oklahoma and Texas. I still think the Big Ten is the best conference in football. And let's take a look here at the BetMGM odds to win the national championship. 3 out of the first 5 teams are from the Big Ten. Now, after that, you do get, again, the depth of the SEC is very strong. So once we do that, you do have then, if we go to the top, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If you go to the top 10, then yes, 5 out of the top 10 are the SEC. But championships matter most. And in terms of who the best 5, 6 teams in the country are, the majority is from the Big Ten. So Curt Cignetti, he's going to have a target on his back. That's for damn sure, no matter what he would have said at Big Ten Media Days. But he is making sure that target is visible to everybody in the rest of the world.
Well, and Pat, I think it's worth noting, too, that the last 3 national championships, all coming from the Big Ten that we said, they're all different teams. Like, for a while in the SEC, it was Alabama forever. It was then Georgia. It was a little bit of Alabama again. Like, the parity within the SEC hasn't been quite as great, even though I would agree with you, the Big Ten is much more top heavy, whereas the SEC is kind of throughout maybe a little bit more balanced. But still, when it comes to winning titles, there's only a couple schools that have really been the bread and butter of the SEC in terms of title contention. Yeah, you could throw an LSU in there during the Burrow years and stuff. But I mean, it's been Georgia and Alabama in terms of titles, whereas you have Michigan, Ohio State, and then Indiana out of seemingly nowhere. Like, I think that's something worth noting as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kurt Cignetti, I mean, he had this thing prepared. He absolutely had this thing prepared. That statement for sure, and he had some facts to back it up. Not only the facts that you and I have presented, and I know bowl games aren't everything, but the Big Ten last year, 11-5 in bowl games. The SEC, 4-10. The Big Ten, 8-2 against the SEC in head-to-head games. And then, of course, the 3 straight national championships won by the Big Ten, which, by the way, Kate, there hasn't even been an SEC team in the national championship, let alone that have won it. Last time an SEC team was in the national title game was Georgia when they crushed TCU. We haven't had an SEC team in the title game in the last 3 years. So, yeah, and like you said, a lot of it's been Alabama and Georgia. Texas haven't carried their weight just yet. They were supposed to. They were the number 1 team in the country going into last year. They didn't hold their weight. They went to the semifinals 2 years ago and got beaten thoroughly by Ohio State. And, Alabama, since Nick Saban's been gone, they haven't been the Alabama of old. Georgia's there every year, but they have not been that dominant powerhouse team that they were just a couple of years ago. So, yeah, the SEC might have overall more depth, but I find nothing wrong with what Kurt Cignetti said, by the way. And Zach Kroll is putting some key Big Ten games in the schedule in our show chat right here. Ohio's October 17th, Ohio State versus Indiana. That is going to be an incredible rematch from the Big Ten title game a year ago. September 12th, you'll get your first taste almost right away. Rematch from a year ago, Ohio State at Texas. And also on that same day, you've got Oklahoma at Michigan. And then an all Big Ten affair, November 7th, Oregon at Ohio State. Ohio State's got one of the toughest schedules in the entire country. But I think as we move closer and closer to an even more expanded college football playoff, Kate, and Tony Petitti is going to argue for more and more Big Ten teams in the college football playoff, and whether they want to do the 24-team field or the 16-team field. And the SEC commissioner, Greg Sankey, also, they've got to try to come to an agreement, and they're going to tout their conference's strengths and why their conference is the best and whatnot, and we've got more teams. Yeah, again, the thing that matters most, championship appearances. The Big Ten has been blowing the SEC out of the water.
Yeah, I didn't even recall. I mean, good point by you that the SEC hasn't even made it to a title game. Like, that's huge in and of itself. And then I also think, part of Kurt Cignetti at Media Day, what he was talking about and the, I mean, not speech, but his answers, was the fact that the Big Ten plays 9 conference games and the SEC plays 8 and then schedules a bunch of group of 5 games. So, yeah, the SEC schedule in terms of conference play, those teams beat up on each other quite a bit because of the more balanced conference that we've talked about. But you're still playing one less conference game, and you're playing group of 5 and SEC team or FCS teams in those non-conference games that the SEC schedules. So that was also a point that Cignetti was trying to make in terms of, okay, the Big Ten is a little bit more legit. Is certainly not the right word. The SEC is a legit football conference that's been well established, but just the fact that there's a little bit difference in terms of the schedule and the quality of teams that are scheduled between the Big Ten and the SEC in that non-conference slate.
Yeah, and how about you got some other coaches chipping in as well. Brett Bielema said about the SEC, they want to live in 2005 forever. Cignetti also said, quote, Missouri and Tennessee didn't beat a team with a winning record. South Carolina, look at the numbers. Big Ten, SEC, every number that means anything is at least 2-1 in favor of the Big Ten world. Numbers don't lie. And you know what? People know. Wow. So you got to love this. This is great. I mean, this is gonna create some incredible intensity, headlines before games, trash talk. I mean, I love it. I'm not so excited or happy, Kate, about the current state of college football, let alone college athletics as a whole. But we get some of the best coaches in the world and the reigning national champions and the top contenders in college football, basically taking the flamethrower and spreading the flames here in July. I think it's going to make for a lot of exciting headlines for those top games, as much as they might not matter anymore, right? Because you had You had 2 losses. You're done. You're not making the college football playoff. And you lose a top 5 battle. You lose a game between 2 top 10 teams in week 1 or week 2, and all of a sudden you got to win out the rest of the way. It's not that way anymore. You're afforded 2 losses, and hell, we've seen it this year. Some teams even get afforded 3 losses. So the games themselves on a week-to-week basis don't mean as much as they used to. But
maybe
this
makes them mean not in terms of the college football playoff or winning a title, but maybe this makes them mean just a little bit more in terms of the back and forth between them. Like we highlighted the Bears and the Jaguars play week 13. People are going to be looking at that game because of the back and forth between Ben Johnson and Liam Cohen. People are going to be circling these Big Ten SEC games throughout, whether that's September 12th with Ohio State and Texas, others throughout the year because of the back and forth now, or the calling out of Cignetti and the SEC, because it used to be kind of the other way around, where it was the SEC was the big dog and the Big Ten was the small puppy. And I feel like even if whether or not you think that that's flip-flopped, the public, the college football fans, they're going to want to get in on all this drama and this conversation as well. And so some of these games are going to be, maybe you have every single game day network type deal at all of these games this upcoming season for these big time matchups, just based on off-season comments and whatnot.
Yeah, and I love it too. For all this SEC versus Big Ten talk this year, Kate, it's going to end up being Notre Dame, my Notre Dame Fighting Irish, that win the national championships. Right. How about that?
Yep, exactly. Yeah, Notre Dame's just going to cruise right in. They're not talking. No one's talking about. Well, people talk about Notre Dame all the time, but they're just
people
quiet.
talk about Notre Dame.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah,
I've already seen is it that part in the Notre Dame? The Notre Dame coping process where it's this part of the cycle. Oh, it's revenge tour. Then it's lose, week 1 or week 2 to an inferior opponent. And then, battle back, barely make the college football playoff. Last year, they missed it, which was an absolute botched job by the committee. No, yeah, there's a lot of talk. There's a lot of talk about Notre Dame. But hey, I'm glad that Kurt Cignetti and the SEC and the Big Ten are throwing the loudest shots here, because that's going to make, it makes Notre Dame that much less of a target. And Marcus Freeman and the Irish can just go to work. And they've got they're second on the odds list, by the way. Ohio State is the favorite to win the Natty at 6-1. Notre Dame right behind them at plus 650. So I'm fired up for the Irish this year, Kate. Are you college football? Do you have a team?
Yeah, the Iowa Hawkeyes, Pat.
How can I
win Iowa Hawkeyes every year? We win 8 games. Best 8 wins you'll see. Defense only. We like to punt. We like to kick. We like to run the ball.
You guys do love to punt.
We like to do. Yep.
You guys do love to punt. Just get yourself an offense. Just score some points, please.
Pat.
Looking at the Iowa schedule. Looking at the Iowa schedule, it is not easy. You guys got to play Michigan, Ohio State back-to-back weeks. Yikes.
And then go to Washington. Like, Washington's a decent team, but going to Washington is that much harder. Iowa does not
on a Friday night
fare well on the West Coast. Yep. And then you're at Minnesota. Yeah, it's not going to be, they could still win 8 games, but it's not going to be easy, that middle of the season stretch. Iowa State's going to, you would think, take a step back this year just because Campbell took half the team with him to Penn State. And so, there's a ton of new faces there. NIU, let's hope they don't pull an upset like they did against Notre Dame. That would be a disaster. So, Pat, it's like we're just middle of the road every year, and that's what you have to come to expect. And as long as your expectations are tempered, you're good. It's okay.
Well, last year was supposed to be different, and you lost all 4 losses were 1-score games. That Iowa State loss in week 2 was a heart crusher. You had Indiana on the ropes, had Oregon on the ropes. Again, if you could just score 20 points, that's all you need. 20, just score 20.
Yeah, you would think that would then do it. And it probably would do it. But you bring in the best quarterback that Iowa has had in a very long time and still can't get the job done. It is rough, Pat. It's rough.
That's right.
But hey, at least the defense
That
will be
is.
good. Who's your team?
The defense is always good. The defense and the special teams. It's Iowa football, baby. 310-840-4910. We will take a short break. We'll take your calls, your texts. Where do you lie on the SEC versus Big Ten debate? Do you agree with Kurt Signetti? Is the Big Ten squarely, firmly the best conference in all of college football? Or do you still think the SEC is going to have its say this year? Which is the better conference? What'd you think of Kurt Signetti's comments? 310-840-4910. We want to hear from you. When we come back, we'll get your calls and your texts. We'll also pivot. We've got predictions from Jeff Passan on where the top players at the trade deadline will land. We'll weigh in. We'll debate. We'll have our own predictions because I got some spicy ones as the trade deadline is 3 days away, less than 72 hours. And we might have that big Tarek Skubal bombshell. 310-840-4910. She's Kate Constable. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable, filling in for Brad Evans. And the phone number to join is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Before we get to MLB trade deadline, all the buzz and all the rumors, all the predictions you need to know going into the weekend, the final weekend before the trade deadline, and maybe the final weekend before the final trade deadline, before a lockout. Because who the hell knows what's going to happen this offseason. Before we get to that, let's get you a couple of scores real quick. First, the one that went final. Kate, my Cubbies, your Cubbies couldn't touch my Yankees. Yeah. A little 2-0 shutout on an early Friday afternoon. Get in and get out. How you doing? See you later. What happened? What happened to MVP? A little 0 for 4. Couldn't touch Will Warren or the Yankees' pen. You hate to see it.
Yeah, you do hate to see it, Pat. I mean, it was a fairly uneventful game throughout. Only 2 runs. It was a really fast game as well. Like not many guys on base, not many hits throughout. But yeah, I mean, Yankees scored. Cubs didn't. It's as simple as that. We got you again tomorrow and the next day, Pat. So don't get too high too quick.
Oh, well, I mean, how could I not be? The Yankees are rolling out a double-A lineup basically every day, and they're still winning ball games left and right. So I'm feeling myself. The Yankees are going to catch the Rays this weekend. You watch. Yankees are going to be in first place in the AL East. They're 3 games back because the Rays also do not lose, but it's all right. They'll catch them. They'll catch them. They're going to sweep your Cubbies.
What moves are the Yankees making before the deadline then? If they're going to be in the postseason, how are we improving our AAA lineup?
We'll get there in 1 second. I just want to give some other updates here. Pirates and the Reds, 3 apiece. 2 teams that are more likely, I think, to be sellers than anything at this point. Hunter Green may be making his final start as a Red. That's why I wanted to mention that, because there was a big report yesterday from Ken Rosenthal that the Reds, not only are they open to trading away the expiring contracts of Eugenio Suarez and Brady Singer, one of their other starting pitchers, but they're also they're beginning a lot of calls on the flamethrower Hunter Green, who has got he's under control through 2028 with a team option for 2029. Now, again, Hunter Green right now is, I guess you would say, damaged goods. His ERA is over 7. He's got an ERA of 7.06. Then again, he started the year hurt. He's only made 4 starts, so it's a very small sample size. The past 2 years, his ERA has been under 3. He's been really damn good. So Hunter Green all of a sudden became a really hot commodity, and I was going to check to see if he got scratched from his start tonight, Kate, but he did not. And he's not been great. 4 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs allowed. Does have 3 strikeouts. The Reds actually just took a 2-run lead on a Sal Stewart 2-run bomb as they are getting after Paul Skeens. How about that? Skeens versus Hunter Green, and we've already got 8 runs in the bottom of the 4th. Paul Skeens getting touched up again, Kate. Just gave up that 2-run bomb. He's given up 5 earned runs through 3 1/3. His ERA is almost going to touch 4 heading into August. I mean, there is aggression. And then there is the brutal season that Paul Skeens is having.
Yeah, I mean, 4 is not a good ERA, but there are a lot of pitchers that touch 4. 4 for Paul Skeens is a different conversation because he should not be anywhere near that based on his 2 previous seasons and his time in the majors. Like this is you want to talk about regression, and Paul Skeens is kind of the perfect example of it right now because it seems like, I mean, everyone's kind of been able to hit him this year. Like there isn't a team really that he's totally shut out. I don't think this is necessarily like the league's figured out Paul Skeens, but I think he's just having a really poor season.
Well, I'm worried about his long-term health. I mean, the fastball velo has consistently been going down for the last 12 months to the point where this year in a couple of starts, I mean, he's hitting like 94, 95. That's probably been the most concerning. It's the fastball velo. Right? He's not blowing 98, 99, 100 on his fastballs anymore. So you all of a sudden, you become much more hittable. Welcome to my world, Kate, because I only threw 85. So imagine if I threw 99, how untouchable I would have been. But I only threw 85, so you had a lot of time to react to that fastball. You got a lot more time to react to 95 versus 99. Anyway, Phillies and the O's 2-2 in Baltimore. Interesting to see what Philadelphia does this weekend. They could always use more bullpen help. It's always their biggest weakness in October. Baltimore, we had an Orioles fan call. I think it was Rashawn in Baltimore call a couple of days ago, hoping that they were going to be buyers. I wouldn't count on it. I know there's talks of them maybe trading Adley Rutschman. I know he's hurt right now. And then also maybe trading Jackson Holliday, who's in the lineup tonight. So that's something to look out for. But Pete Alonso went boom in the first inning, a 2-run bomb. And so that's 2-2 between the O's and the Phillies. And then, Kate, the other team that you're very familiar with, the White Sox, still top that AL Central, lead the Rays 2-0. AL Central versus the AL East leaders at the Trop. Go White Sox, please. Help the Yankees catch the Rays. And Chicago got home runs in the first inning from Miguel Vargas and then a home run in the second from Andrew Benintendi. How aggressive do you think the White Sox will be over the next 3 days, Kate?
I mean, I don't know, Pat, because the White Sox have not been in this type of position since 2005, like a very long time. So I would love to lean on previous history and say this is how the White Sox will approach this trade deadline because, when they've been in contention in years past, they're a little bit more aggressive, XYZ. I have no idea. I don't know if they have any idea. I mean, I know the front office has a plan, but this is all uncharted territory across the board for this fan base, this organization. I think they should be somewhat aggressive, but I don't think you go all in and, give up, your top prospects for someone who could maybe help you win a couple games. I mean, they're third in the league. Are they a World Series contender? I think that's the question you have to ask. And I mean, my answer would be no, but I also didn't think that they were going to be winning the division and third overall in the AL at the trade deadline. So back to my original answer, I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody has any idea. You're right. It's like we're supposed to be buyers. Really? Yeah. We don't know how to do this.
How does this work?
I don't know how to do this thing.
What does being a buyer mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even spell buyer. All right. Anyway, so let's talk about some of the top names. And the top of the top, that's going to depend on what the hell else happens with other teams acquiring starting pitchers, is who is able to procure the services of Tarek Skubal. Jeff Passan in the last couple of days says it feels like it's inevitable. The Tigers are going to trade Tarek Skubal. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when and to who. And Passan said that a lot of folks, other reporters, insiders in the industry feel like it's inevitable that he's going to the Dodgers. And Kate, I just got to say, please, can the Braves or the Brewers or my Yankees please step up and save baseball, save us? Because if Tarek Skubal goes to the Dodgers, I think you can honestly lock up a three-peat for LA. I can't watch another Dodgers parade in November. I can't see it happen. I can't. Somebody's got to go all in. I don't care if he's a rental. I don't care if he'll give you zero assurance that he'll sign with you in the offseason. You got to make a swing for it. You got to. You have to. And I saw that David Schoenfield wrote an article today. He actually predicted that the Tigers are going to trade Skubal to the Atlanta Braves. To the Atlanta Braves. I mean, please, anybody but the Dodgers. Kate, do you have any faith that it will be anybody outside of the Dodgers, or do you think Skubal's going to LA and they're just going to be the most hated team in this since the Yankees, since the evil empire Yankees?
Well, Pat, you used the word, you can lock up a three-peat. I think you can lock up next season in Major League Baseball if Skubal goes to the Dodgers, because that's going to only strengthen the argument that the owners have for it's a salary cap, all of that stuff, because the Dodgers are going to go on to win again. They're going to three-peat if Skubal, like that rotation is going to be nearly untouchable in October. So I think there are bigger ramifications if Skubal goes to the Dodgers than just winning another World Series. So I'm with you. I hope someone else steps up. The Braves was a kind of a curveball that Jeff Passan in that article. I hadn't heard a whole lot of talk about the Atlanta Braves being all that interested or being one of the front runners for Skubal. It was more of the Brewers and the Cubs, who I don't think the Cubs will pony up what it's going to take to get Skubal. I thought the Brewers were maybe the more realistic option, but I mean, I don't care if it's the Brewers, Braves, if it's the Cubs or Yankees. I'm with you. I just think if he goes to the Dodgers, that's going to be a problem beyond just them on their path to winning another World Series.
And I did see a report, by the way. This is where my mind went. I was like, "Who this is? This is AI. This is fake. This is like a fake. Like I'm getting sent-telled." I saw it on MLB.com, and I was like, "Who slipped this in there?" When there was an article, there was a report that the Brewers would be willing to pay Tarek Skubal. Now, when I saw that, I said, "Well, hold on. The Brewers are going to dish out a $400 million contract like immediately upon trading for Tarek Skubal. Like that's going to be their promise." That like when he gets there, like, hey, we want to immediately negotiate with you for a long-term contract. And then I read the article, and it was the Brewers would be willing to pay the rest of his $32 million that whatever he's owed from his $32 million this season. I was like, that makes more sense, right? Because I guess with baseball, Kate, like you can, and I guess this is honestly any sport, right? But it's within the CBA that you can the negotiations of the trade. With the Tigers is, hey, are you going to pay the rest of his salary or are we paying the rest of it? So I guess the Brewers had said to the Tigers, hey, we'll take on whatever he's owed for the rest of the season, which is, I mean, there's what, like 35% of the season left. So probably somewhere around $12 million. I mean, yeah, that's a no freaking brainer. That, and then it's, will the Brewers offer up their top prospect? Because that's kind of been the starting point. That's been the starting point for any Skubal trade. The Tigers want the number one prospect from the opposing team. The Atlanta Braves, they've got the best pitching prospect in Cam Caminetti. I don't know if that's Ken's son. Cam Caminetti, what a name. But let's see, who was it? Yeah, so the Braves have Cam Caminetti. That's the best pitching prospect. And look, I like you said, you don't think the Cubs will pony up. I know the Yankees won't offer George Lombard. That's their shortstop of the future. Probably the big league shortstop, starting shortstop for the Yankees next year. That's what it would take to get Tarek Skubal. And I think the Yankees are out. Maybe they'll offer him $400 million in the offseason, depending on if there's a salary cap or not. But I feel like it's Braves, Brewers, or Dodgers, if we're being realistic. And I still feel like it's the Dodgers, but I'm hoping that it is the Brewers or that it is the Braves, because, man, we got to have somebody take out LA this year, Kate.
What about the Rays? I mean, if you add him to that rotation of Rasmussen and McClanahan, like that would be a pretty dangerous rotation. Why isn't Tampa being talked about quite as much? Are they not? And this is, Pat, I mean, historically, I don't know what the Rays have done deadline wise. Like, are they one of the more aggressive teams? Because I haven't heard them talk about the Skubal sweepstakes quite as much. Like, maybe they make some moves, but why aren't they more aggressive in going after Skubal?
Yeah, honestly, they've been very quiet, in my opinion. They've been very quiet. Eric Neander, who's their president, I have not heard a lot. And so maybe they're just operating in the dark. Maybe they're just waiting to just throw a treasure chest of prospects at the Tigers this weekend and grab them, and maybe the Rays do come out of nowhere. That would kind of suck for me as somebody that, does some work for the Yankees and a Yankees fan. But I guess it would be better than the Dodgers. So, yeah, that maybe it is the Rays. Because, again, we're just talking about a rental here. We're talking about 3 months, 2 months of the regular season, plus, assuming you're in October, you're playing October baseball, 3 months of Tarek Skubal. And, again, whatever he's left, whatever he's owed on the contract from the Tigers, if you're willing to pay it, it's at most $12 to $15 million. It should be up for grabs. And that's why I guess it's all these teams are reluctant. I mean, you wouldn't want to give up your number one prospect unless you're the Dodgers, because then you're like, screw it, we're the Dodgers anyway. We'll just get Skubal in the offseason and we'll pay him, and that'll replace whatever top pitching prospect we give up. I don't know. I feel like if you're in first place right now, the Dodgers, they look wounded. I mean, they are wounded. They're winning games like they're going to win probably close to 100 games again. But with the status of Ohtani, with his knee inflammation and the bicep now, and we don't know when the hell he's going to pitch again. If he doesn't pitch in October, and he might not even be healthy in October, and there's other injured, Glass now, Snell,
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just feel like we've got to, other GMs right now have to remove the shroud of invincibility that we've put on the Dodgers and be like, yeah, we get Scooble, we can win the World Series. Like, I get it. It's your top prospect, but man, I feel like these other teams that aren't LA, they've got to take a freaking swing at this thing.
Do you think there's any truth in, if the Dodgers get Ohtani, that maybe Ohtani's not going to come back and pitch? Like, maybe they're not replacing Ohtani, but they know that Ohtani's injury is more significant than maybe they're leading on, so they want to have Scooble for this postseason?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think if they get him, then that could be an indirect answer to that for sure. And I think, and I wonder if we see any other pitchers get traded before Scooble, and if that signals that if it's a team that's a World Series contender, like the Braves, Brewers, Yankees, Rays, Phillies, Cubs, and they trade for a pitcher not named Scooble, I think that would basically signal they're not getting Scooble because they've already gotten their plan B. For example, where does Reed Detmers go? A lot of chatter about him. Angel, very easy for him to go to the Dodgers. That's one I've heard a lot. Freddie Peralta got scratched from his start tonight from the Mets. He's getting traded. That's a certainty. He's talking about it before his last start. He goes, yeah, and I am probably going to get traded. It's like, oh, wow. Okay. No, thanks for the honesty. You've been absolutely terrible this year, but watch, Freddie Peralta will go back. Freddie Peralta will go somewhere. Eventually he goes back to the Brewers. Imagine the Brewers just grab him back. I've seen that rumor. That was the one prediction, I think, from Passan. He actually had Freddie Peralta going back to the Brewers. So where Freddie Peralta goes, because he's almost certainly getting traded. He got scratched from his start tonight. Kevin Gausman, with how bad the Blue Jays have been this year, they're basically on the verge of giving up hope. And then all the top relievers. Did we see Mason Miller? Honestly, if I'm the Dodgers, imagine if they grab Tarek Skubal and Mason Miller, Kate. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I mean, that would be just game over. Like, let's just all pack up and go home right now.
Start the lockout right now.
Yep.
Lock out the season on August 5th. See ya.
Essentially. I think that's essentially what you're looking at.
Yeah. So keep an eye on if any pitchers not named Scooble, starting pitchers, get dealt here in the next 24 hours. That might be a signal from that team that they are not getting Tarek Skubal. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. She's Kate Constable. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll be back with your calls and your texts and more right here on BetMGM tonight.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Wow, I've never heard this song. I know that was the Welcome Back Kotter theme song, which, by the way, I don't know, Kate, if you've ever watched that show. I never did, but that's a great song. And then this little remix. This is by, what is this, by Mace? M-A-S-E? That's what Lee says. Yeah, Welcome Back by Mace. This is from 2004? Wow.
Oh, that makes me feel real old, Pat.
Sorry, Kate. Yeah, welcome back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. She's Kate Cosmo. I'm Pat Boyle. Did you ever watch the show Welcome Back, Kotter? Because I never did. I heard it was a favorite in like the 80s and the 90s, right?
Back. No, I have not ever seen that. Doesn't even ring a bell, Pat.
Oh, yeah, because you know why? Aired on
are
ABC
terrible.
from 1975 to 1979. Kate, you were definitely nowhere close to being born then.
No, I was not born then. So yeah, no, does not ring a bell. But
well,
how do
there you
you
go.
know about Welcome Back, Kotter?
I've heard people reference it before, like teachers. And I feel like every time I heard it, I'm like, yeah, some stupid show that old people watch. And I just never bothered. I don't know. I feel like it was a big show, though, in the 70s.
John Travolta is in it. Looks like. Honestly, I don't really recognize. Again, my pop culture is awful. I don't really recognize a whole lot of the actresses that were in it. Huh. Interesting. Gabe Kaplan.
That sounds like I just think of Gabe Kapler when I hear that. I think of Emily Kaplan and I think of Gabe Kapler had a child and it was Gabe Kaplan.
Gabe Kapler. Yeah.
Anyway, looking for bigger potential payouts? Use your BetMGM Any Sport Parlay Boost token to increase the odds on an eligible parlay and take your wager to the next level. Here's how it works. Opt into the promotion, claim your Parlay Boost token, and apply it to an eligible parlay wager across supported sports. If your boosted parlay wins, you'll receive an enhanced payout. Build it, boost it, BetMGM it. All right, really quick. We only got about 2 minutes, and I'm hoping we get more details or more clarity on where this is headed in the near future. But, Kate, after Tony Romo got himself arrested for a DWI earlier in the week, and we saw the body cam footage and whatnot, or I guess the official arrest was a suspicion of driving under the influence. I guess it wasn't an official DWI. I don't want to get the words mixed up, but either way, you probably heard the story by now. CBS Sports has placed Tony Romo on leave, quote, until further notice on following his arrest last week. 3 citations from the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office following the July 23rd traffic stop. And what do you think? Is Tony Romo going to get fired here? Or is this just kind of a suspension and he's going to be back for week 1? Because the NFL or CBS announced that Jim Nantz going to be partnering up with J.J. Watt. I feel like this might be permanent here.
Well, first of all, happy birthday to Gabe Kapler. His birthday is today. Tony Romo, on that note, I know, right? My concern wouldn't necessarily be Romo coming back to CBS, but it would be that the pairing with JJ Watt works so well that they keep Watt in his spot. So, like, that's the risk that I think Tony Romo has more so than the arrest really derailing his career completely.
Okay. And obviously we know that he received that gigantic contract after year 1 of being an analyst. And like, I think it's fair to say he has not been as great as he was when he was in year 1, predicting like every single play call. Maybe perhaps CBS was looking for the ammo to get maybe some cause to get out of that contract. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, if they want out of the contract, this is their time to do it because I'm sure there's a clause in there that this would allow them to back out of some sort.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. And look, I mean, again, I saw the body cam footage. We'll leave it at that because we got to get to break. I'm not so sure if this should cost somebody their job. But then again, don't get arrested in the first place, I guess. 310-840-4910. More football when we come back here on BetMGM Tonight.
This
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Kate Constable's with me tonight. She's in for Brad Evans, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Friday extravaganza, the final day of July, August 1, tomorrow. That means preseason football. That means the start of college football. That means for me, as a big tennis fan, U.S. Open just a couple of weeks away. Oh, baby, August is going to be a fun month. I'm not rushing summer. Kate. I don't know about you. Are you dying to get to the fall? Or are you one of those people you want summer every day?
I still want more summer, Pat. I mean, yeah, we're in August. Like, where did the summer go? I want football, but I could pump the brakes for like, an extra week or so. Because the summer's been way too fast. Plus, if you're watching on YouTube or where, like, I need a tan, Pat. I need a tan. I can't go into the fall just as pale as I was in the spring. I haven't I haven't gotten enough sun this summer. So we got to work on that.
I feel you. Well, you got about a month. Yeah. Summer has felt like it has gone quick, but also my summer basically began with a Knicks championship right into a 10-day excursion to Spain. That feels like a long time ago. At the same time as summer has felt
really
quick.
Strong summer start. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll be on vacation next week, going back to Long Beach Island, the Jersey Shore with the fam. So
nice.
Yeah, probably once that week concludes next week, then I'll be like, oh my God, summer's over.
Yeah.
So like, I feel like I got about a week. And once I get back, I'll probably be itching for football. Give me another week of being down the beach every day, getting sunburnt, even though I'll be doing my best to apply sunscreen over and over because I would like to not have skin cancer, even though you would think I've learned my lesson by now. And Kate, I haven't. But yeah, once I roast for a couple of days on the beach and eat like an absolute waste product and set back, the last several months of eating with a good diet and working out. By the time I get back from the beach next weekend, I'll be like, all right, get me back on a good nutrition diet, get me back to working out, and just get me to football, and I'm done with summer. But
that's kind of how like late summer vacations go. You kind of go full send on those things, and then it's like, let's get back to reality. Football's here, let's lock in.
Yeah. And Labor Day is late this year, right? I mean, Labor Day is like September 7th. So
is it really?
That's essentially the latest it can be, right? It's the first Monday. It's always the first Monday in September. Yep. So it's the latest it can be. And that means we don't the NFL doesn't start. Week 1's not till September 13th. So we do got some time.
Yikes.
We still have 5 weeks. If you count Labor Day as the end of summer, you still got 5 weeks from Monday. Okay. So enjoy it. By the way,
a little bit better.
Yeah, don't forget you could watch so you got like 35 days, Kate, to get a tan. Don't forget you could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Talk and text line to join the show, 310-840-4910. Coming up this hour in 15 minutes. It's a Friday night. There's no Monty. There's no Combs. That don't matter. We are going to do the list coming up in 15 minutes, so you don't want to miss that. That's going to be fun. But, Kate, for now, let's talk some more football. This Baker Mayfield Buccaneers story, I mean, it gets worse by the day for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I mean, I went off about it Wednesday, mentioned it again yesterday. We had the Baker Mayfield interview with Jeremy Fowler where he says openly, and I'm assuming he told the truth, nobody from the Buccaneers has disputed it yet, that they wouldn't go more than 2 years on his contract extension, and they were, in Baker's words, pretty far from the $50 million per year asking price that he was looking for. And I just find that blasphemous that a guy that in the last 3 years combined is in the top 3 in completions, passing yards, and touchdowns. He's in the conversation with Jared Goff and Matthew Stafford in those categories. He has not missed a single game for Tampa Bay in the last 3 seasons. He won them back-to-back division crowns. And then, everybody collectively as a group, they collapsed down the stretch last year. And Baker Mayfield's injuries had something to do with that. He played through them, and he didn't miss a single game. Looking at the rest of the quarterback market and looking at Tua's old contract for the Dolphins being in the mid-50s per year, looking at Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert, all these guys, several other quarterbacks getting paid over $52 million per year. Some of them, the going rate for a starting franchise quarterback feels like it's that $55 million mark. And the Buccaneers wouldn't go near 50, and they wouldn't go more than 2 years for a guy that's 31, still in the prime of his career. I find it blasphemous. And there was a report today from Adam Schefter, Kate, that the Bucs are not happy with the way Baker Mayfield spoke about the organization. I didn't think Baker said anything blasphemous. I think he told the truth, and I think he said, I feel a little bit disrespected. I think he was putting that nicely. I think that was an understatement of the century. I wouldn't be happy either if somebody basically said, hey, look how much of a cheapskate this guy is, this organization is. And then you're like, and everybody's slinging the arrows at you, rightfully so, me included, Brad included last night. I wouldn't be happy either if I'm the Bucs, because now everybody knows just how much of a cheapskate you are and how bad at football economics you are. So, the Buccaneers just continue to dig themselves a deeper and deeper hole, and this feels like this is starting to get a little messy now between Baker Mayfield and the organization.
It's not starting to get messy, Pat. It is messy. You're right in the fact that I don't think Baker did anything wrong. Organizations like to keep things in-house and quiet and, in the locker room. But, Baker just kind of came out and told the truth. He didn't blast the Bucs. He didn't, say they suck as an organization and they're cheap and all that. He just essentially laid out for reporters what's been going on within the contract discussion and negotiation and all of that. And I think Tampa does look bad in this situation because really they've already kind of not lowballed Baker, but Baker came to Tampa Bay on a 1-year deal of prove it, right? So he already proved it once there. He gets another very team friendly deal. In terms of quarterback average annual salary, he's been in the middle of the pack for the last couple of years. And I would say he's been above middle of the pack, maybe, up right above middle of the pack in terms of quarterback play. He's not.
Oh, I think he's been top
Josh
10.
Allen. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. If we're going to go off of that, then he should be making significantly more within that 3-year contract that he signed after that initial season. So they're kind of saying we want you around, but we want to be with you, but we don't really want to marry you. You're kind of you're fun to be with, but we don't really want to be with you long-term type of a deal. And I think for a player like Baker, who's really just had to prove it time and time again throughout his career, it's fair to say, no, I want more guaranteed money. I want a longer contract, especially being 31 years old and, a 2-year deal. He's 33. That's not a great place to be trying to seek another long-term contract for the remainder of your career if you're Baker Mayfield. So I don't blame Baker for not complying with what the Bucs put out there in terms of their side of that negotiation.
I'm glad you made that metaphor, by the way, Kate. But if you want to weigh in on this conversation, because we have been talking about it a lot this week, and it keeps getting worse and worse for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and for GM Jason Light, in my opinion. 310-840-4910. Do the Buccaneers have any reason, according to Adam Schefter, to be unhappy with the way that Baker Mayfield spoke about the organization? And your comments on this failed contract extension altogether. 310-840-4910. I'm glad you made that metaphor, Kate. That the Buccaneers are like, hey, we don't want to marry you, but we still want to be with you. We'd like to hook up. Maybe we'll move in together. We've been living together. I'm not ready for that kind of commitment. I'm not ready to put a ring on your finger, Baker, which would be a 4 to 5 year contract for $50 million a year, $55 million a year, 4 years, $220 million, 5 years, $260 million. That's the going rate. You get, and here's why, right? Well, I don't want to put a ring on your finger. That's like saying, I'm going to use it for my side of things, Kate, and you can do it for yours, and you're already married. That's like you got a 10 or you got a 9. You know what? I'll even be a little bit more. I won't be as biased because I love Baker Mayfield. You got an 8. You've been with an 8. Mm-hmm. She's great. Great in the sack. You guys have a great thing going. She makes good money. You guys got a dog. Maybe you have a cat as well. Maybe you got 2 dogs. You got a nice property. Maybe you own a condo together. Maybe you've just been renting because you're not married yet. And you're like, yeah, but you know what? There's that 10. And I kind of, we had a past thing with, and again, in the Buccaneers, this would maybe mean that they're trying to go after a quarterback that they once had that they don't. So it's like, yeah, but you know what? There's like a 10 that might be a little bit younger. And maybe one day I'm walking the dog around the park and I see her, she's got a dog. Maybe I'm holding out hope for that 10. You're making a mistake. You're making a gigantic mistake. You get an 8, you marry the 8. And I'm sure everybody thinks that everybody they're with is a 10, right? So, Kate, I'm sure your husband, I'm sure you guys are both 10s for each other and whatnot. But, that's what the Bucs are doing. Baker's an 8, and they're trying to hold out for a 10. You got a great quarterback. You have a starting franchise quarterback. These don't grow on trees. What are the Bucs waiting for? Are they hoping that another quarterback is going to come around, that they're going to find one in the draft in a middle of the first round pick? Or are you just hoping that Baker is going to be so bad that you're just going to tank and get a top 5 pick? What are the Bucs thinking here, Kate? That's what I don't get.
Well, Pat, the problem here is that the Bucs are winners in this situation regardless. Because what do we know about Baker Mayfield? When he's doubted, he rises to the occasion and plays his best. That's the MO about Baker, of being a dog and people not believing in him. And Baker comes back and proves everyone wrong. So if Baker's feeling that way going into the season, maybe he comes out and has a phenomenal year and earns that deal. But the problem is he just had a phenomenal year for the person that didn't really want him. Right. So the Bucs are winning games. They realize they have their franchise quarterback. It's too late, but what's Baker going to do? Not take the new contract at the end of the season after he's earned it with an organization that essentially kind of threw him to the side? So it's kind of a win-win for the Bucs, not so much for Baker, where Baker should be the one benefiting more from this situation. But if they're going to wait, because Baker said, now it's football. We're not negotiating. We're not discussing anything. I'm going to go out and play. We'll play this year out and see what happens. If he plays this year out and leads the Bucs back to the postseason, wins a playoff game or 2, he's going to earn that contract, but he's still going to be stuck playing for the organization that didn't believe in him.
Yeah, that's true. And then again, there's the whole thing that they can use that franchise tender, 1-year franchise tender on him, that they can have him play for them for 2027, and it would be right around $48 million. But here's the thing. Why? Why would you do that? And I didn't even realize that was available, because he's going to be an unrestricted free agent in March. So I didn't even know when I first heard that they could use a franchise tender on him, even though he's going to be a free agent, and keep him around. Yeah, it's the last year of his contract.
Wow. Uh-oh. Well, that's concerning for Baker, because that feels like unless he goes and balls out this year, that feels like that's where this is going. Unless the Bucs suck, they move on from Baker and they draft a quarterback next spring, next draft, which could be a thing. But again, in that case, then the Bucs kind of win this argument, because they were right in not paying Baker up front prior to this year, and no harm, no foul. They can move on and get their young guy and let Baker go. So I just I don't like that for Baker. I think that he's on the wrong end of this deal when he's done the most for, and the Bucs did bring him in. They gave him a chance, and he referenced that and was thankful for that. But I think he's done more for the organization over the last couple of years than they're giving him credit for.
Yeah, and again, I'm looking at Spot Track, and maybe I'm missing something in the CBA, but he has, so this is the final year of his contract. He is scheduled to become an unrestricted free agent. Spot Track lists 2027, 28, and 29 as void years, which I know is common in the NFL. And so I guess maybe because they're void years, that is how, even though he's an unrestricted free agent, they would be able to apply that 1-year franchise tender. But so then if they do that, can they then negotiate a long-term deal with him in the offseason after they do that? That would be my thinking, is that's what they're hoping to do. But like, here's the thing, Kate. The price tomorrow is not going to be the price today if Baker Mayfield balls out this year. It sounded like Baker would have taken $50 million a year for 4 or 5 years. If he balls out this year and you put the franchise tender on him and then hope of extending him, now he's going to be 32, and you're going to have to pay him nearly $60 million a year because the salary cap goes up 10% every single season. And how could you not? How could you not pay Baker Mayfield nearly $60 million a year next year? When, again, Dak Prescott's getting 60, Brock Purdy 55, Tua, his old contract with the Dolphins was mid-50s, Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, it's $55 million. Like, at that point, you're screwed. You're going to end up paying him more, way more, and committing an extra year on top of that than you would have if you would have paid him at 31 and a contract would have ran until he was 35 or 36. So, like, I feel like it's not win-win for the Bucs. I feel like it's lose-lose. And that's why it just doesn't make any sense why they failed to get this done.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, Pat. I run my take back a little bit after hearing that. You're right. And because Baker doesn't necessarily want like the massive it's more of the guaranteed money and the years on the contract versus the average annual. Like, he just wants a 4-year and he wants the money, some of the money guaranteed versus what they're giving him right now.
Yeah. Well, again, I think he's a man of his word. I'm going to take him for his word that he said it gets to training camp and there's no new contract. He's done negotiating. I think Baker is the guy that would put his you-know-what on the floor and say, all right, that's fine. I don't have the insurance. If I get hurt, whatever, then then the Bucs win, and they can laugh and say, screw you. We were smarter. You got injured, and now we're not going to pay you nothing, and you're going to be a free agent, and you're not going to get entertaining or attractive deals. But Baker's a dog, and so I'm rooting like hell for him this year. 310-840-4910. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, it's Friday night. We'll do the list. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm John Cena. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Kate Constable. Kate, do you know what what I'm referencing there? That one video is that prank call, and the guy just kept acting like he was, I think it was like a telemarketer, and then every 20 seconds he would scream John Cena and then play the music.
Pat, I mean, you're going to hate me. I'm the worst person at all this stuff. No, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
My God, Kate,
no
you have zero pop culture feel.
When I tell you my pop culture is terrible, I'm not lying, Pat. It's embarrassingly bad that it's not even a bit anymore. It's just embarrassing. It's awful. Zach can tell you. Zach has produced my show for a while on Sundays, and it is pretty bad, isn't it, Zach?
Zach knows. Zach said in the show chat, John Cena prank call. Just YouTube that. YouTube it next break or whenever you get a chance, and you'll hear it. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We've got some interesting phone calls that I want to get to in just a bit, so hang tight if you're there on Baker Mayfield in this contract dispute saga with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But it is a Friday night, and that means it is time for the list.
I'm going to have to go tell the world exactly what's on the list.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I love trivia.
Hey, the champ is telling you to do something. You know what? You just made the list.
All righty, a little Friday night trivia, baby. We got the whole crew involved here for this one. Zach Kroll is filling in for producer Brandon Combs. It'll be mano, mano. It'll be three people. Last man standing or last woman standing here. Me versus Kate versus Zach. We go around the room, and you go in order, and we've got to try to guess every player, team, answer that is on the list until there are no more remaining. And so, filling in for our video producer, Michael Montgomery, is Max Sheedy. Max, you are the creator of the list tonight. What is tonight's list, Max?
Okay, so I'm not really the creator. That kind of helped, but he did not look at the answers. The list is because former Texans wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins has accepted a coaching position at Georgia Tech. He debuted in 2013, so we're going to go with the top 20 wide receivers in terms of most yards since 2013.
Okay, and I find it interesting that Zach helped out and gave you the topic of the list. Combs, I've accused him more than once of cheating on the list, him and Monty working together, so let's see where this goes. But, all right, most wide receiver yards since 2013. Kate, you are the co-host of honor. We'll let you go first. Zach, you go second. I'll go third. I'll take the toughest route here. I'll go last.
All right, well, I hope I don't butcher this off the bat, but I'm going to go JSN. Wasn't he last year's top receiver? No, Pat?
Well, wait, hold on. Time out, because I think it is, we're talking about since 2013.
Total yards.
Who has the most total yards, right? It's not whoever led the league in receiving yards for each season, because there's 20 names, so I don't.
Okay, I gotcha. Okay, well, then I'm going to take that back.
You nearly got banged on guess number one.
Yeah, that would not have been good. Okay, total yards. I'm gonna go since 2013. I'm gonna go Mike Evans.
He would be number 2. Yes.
Ooh, okay. I'm a little nervous now that it's actually time to go. I mean, he's got to be, if not number 1, number 2 in terms of most yards since he's came into the league. And so the 6 years before him, are there enough receivers to knock him off this list? I can't imagine there is. Give me Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase is not on this list.
Oh my God.
Well, this is going to be a fast segment.
You have got to be kidding me. I just got knocked out on guess one?
Guess one, man.
I thought you were going last. I thought it was my turn.
I did. I just completely jumped you, and that's what I get, Zach. I jumped in front of you, and I get knocked out right away. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Unfreaking real.
Well, we still have 19 more names to go. We'll see how this
Zach,
goes.
me
But
and you, let's do this.
I'm just gonna take the layup. The guy who inspired me to help out Max with this, DeAndre Hopkins, has to be on the list, right?
DeAndre Hopkins is on the list. He's number 1.
Easy enough. I'm going to go Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill is on the list, number 7.
Oh my God.
I will go Antonio Brown.
Ooh.
Yes, sir. On the list, number 8.
How about Cooper Kupp?
Cooper Kupp is on the list. Yes. Number 15.
I will go with Julio Jones.
Julio Jones is on the list, number 5.
How many years has Justin Jefferson been in the league? Is that enough? I'll go JJ.
Justin Jefferson, number 14.
I was gonna say Jay Jettas, and I said, you know what? Because of last year, let me go Jamar Chase. Unbelievable.
I will go with Odell Beckham Jr.
Just scratching it, number 20.
Ooh, that's good. I'm gonna go with another Minnesota Viking, a former Viking, and Stephon Diggs.
Stephon Diggs, number 6.
I'm running out of steam here.
I will go with Devontae Adams.
Devontae Adams, top 3 are done.
Wow, this is a lot harder than I had anticipated. Oh, you said Julio Jones. I was going to say, who's the one that played for the Falcons? Let's see here. What about CeeDee Lamb?
CeeDee Lamb is not on the list.
Oh.
All right. Wow, this was a fast list.
Damn.
Dang.
Well, it's not over yet.
Funny, Pat, the guy who came up with the topic, he wins tonight. Funny how that works.
That is funny. Well, Zach still has to get one more correct answer here.
I have a couple names in mind, but I'm trying to think which one am I the most confident in. You know what? I'm going to go with the guy that was never really the star player, but he's been playing for so long, I think he cracks the top 20. Give me Keenan Allen.
Keenan Allen is on the list. He's number 4.
Ever.
Wow. Did not expect him to be that high.
Yeah.
Wow. I thought you were
all right, Zach.
Go DJ Moore. Is DJ Moore on the list?
DJ Moore is on the list. He is number 17.
Where does Jamar Chase stack up in all of this? Because I would have thought I thought that was a good one, Pat.
He only has 6,900 career yards. He's like barely in the top 30. He's like probably 27 or 28.
Oh wow.
He's not in the top 25.
He's only been in the league for 5 years. I thought he came in the same year as Jay Jettas, but he was a year after that. It's a bad job by me.
We still have a bunch of names. Do we want to try to get them?
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean, Zach, if you want to keep going, go ahead. Otherwise, Max can reveal the rest. What do you want to do,
Michael
Zach?
Thomas cracked the top 20. Michael Thomas.
Michael Thomas. No, he does not.
All right. All right, Max, give us the rest of the list.
Okay, so you guys got the top 8. The 9th person is Amari Cooper. The 10th is Brandon Cooks. Ty Hilton. Tyler Lockett. Adam Thielen. I can never.
Adam Thielen. Hooked on a Thielen.
Wow,
Who would have thought?
Yeah.
Robert Woods, DJ Moore, AJ Green, AJ Brown, and Beckham Jr.
Wow, who would have knew the tail end of AJ Green still had him on this list?
Yeah. Wow. The fact that Adam Thielen, Adam Thielen, I guess, is one of those players that's played forever, and
yeah,
he's not your number one wide receiver, but he's pretty damn good.
Longevity, compiler.
Yeah.
Damn. Good list idea, Zach. Shooter. Good list, Zach. Just joking. All right, good job. Let's get to a phone call if we can. Let's wipe that clear here. Good job. Zach wins. Great list. Everybody, great job. 310-840-4910. We were talking about Baker Mayfield and this contract dispute with the Buccaneers and this whole saga. Let's get to a phone call. Ryan's next up in Cleveland on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Ryan?
Hey, what's up, man? First-time caller, first-time listener, first time ever hearing your name. I called to just sort of prove that you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to football, but you just proved it yourself in the last segment. Have you watched Baker Mayfield, like, for a whole season before? Did you watch? Are you from Oklahoma? Like, what makes you think he's worth $50 million? And who do you think is the best team in the NFC South? Because the Panthers, you made it seem like he can go to the playoffs, but the Panthers won the division last year. Baker couldn't get over the Panthers hump.
Okay, Ryan, first of all, I thought that was maybe I thought you were joking in the beginning, but I don't think you are. I think you're taking some shots, which is fine. I'll welcome it. We'll keep you on here because I'd love to debate with you. First of all, no, I'm not from Oklahoma. I'm originally from New Jersey. Worked in the New York City area. Worked at WFAN. I don't know if it's a radio station, if you ever heard of that one. Maybe the most iconic radio station in the country. Did a bunch of shows, did Afternoon Drive on WFAN. So maybe you heard of that. But no, I'm not from Oklahoma. Baker Mayfield, what makes me think he's worth $50 million? I don't know. How about in the last 3 years combined? He is number 2 in passing yards. He's number 3 in picking completions. And he's number 2 in passing touchdowns. Maybe that just for starters makes me think that Baker Mayfield's worth at least $50 million. He's got more yards than Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, more touchdowns than those guys, more completions than those guys in the last 3 years combined.
Go to the playoffs every year, and he doesn't.
Okay, what are you talking about, Ryan? He missed the playoffs for the first time. He won back-to-back NFC South titles with the Buccaneers the 2 years before that, and he played through injuries all season long. The defense was god-awful, and you said he couldn't get over the Panthers hump. He beat the Panthers when it mattered most in Week 18, and then all they needed was that Saints-Falcons game to go their way. They should have won the division, despite trying to collapse.
The fourth place Saints to win to beat them.
Doesn't matter. Ryan, how could you say he's not worth $50 million? Do you realize who else is getting paid $50 million in this league? Tua Tagovailoa's old contract, which has been ripped up by the Dolphins, was in the mid-$50 million. Kirk Cousins, a couple of years ago from the Falcons, got $45 million. Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert, Brock Purdy, Jordan Love, guys that have accomplished
Deshaun Watson
less.
46 as long as he would get Baker out of town.
What?
I said we gave Deshaun Watson 46 when we had the option of paying Baker or keeping him. And Deshaun Watson sucks, but so does Baker. That's why 4 teams passed on him since we let him go.
All right, Ryan, get lost. Get Ryan off the line. I'm done with him. He's an absolute loser. Yeah, but the last thing, just last segment proves you absolutely know nothing about football. Shut up. That's clearly a Cleveland Browns fan that is salty about the way that the Baker Mayfield era ended. I mean, Kate, have you ever heard more of a delusional idiot, jackass, loser phone caller in your life?
Nope, that's number one. If we wanna rank those, yeah, it sounds like he clearly from Cleveland didn't really like Baker in Cleveland. That's fine. You don't have to like every quarterback that your team has, but how's the Deshaun Watson stuff worked out for Cleveland? Like, you brought in Deshaun Watson for Baker Mayfield, and granted, yeah, Deshaun, when you brought him in, he was playing great for the Texans, but how has that worked out for Cleveland since? Baker Mayfield's had more success outside of Cleveland than Cleveland has had since letting Baker Mayfield go. Am I right on that, Pat?
Yes, you are. You absolutely are.
When was the last time the Browns made the playoffs? When was the last time Baker Mayfield made the playoffs? Yeah, it wasn't last year, but it was 2 years prior to that.
I do think the Browns made the playoff. Was it 2 years ago with Joe Flacco coming off the couch, or 3 years ago? Either way.
Okay.
Hey, look. The fact it's just the fact that that's clearly a Browns fan that didn't like Baker Mayfield when he was there. By the way, Baker Mayfield won a playoff game, right? That's actually, I'm pretty sure off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure the last Browns quarterback to win a playoff game is Baker Mayfield when they put up 45 points on the Steelers, and then. Yes, it was Chad Henne for half the game, but they had the Chiefs on the ropes. That Baker Mayfield, that's the last Browns quarterback. If I'm not mistaken, we can fact check that, Zach, but I'm pretty sure the last Browns quarterback to win a playoff game is Baker Mayfield. How is you of a Browns fan, which clearly you just don't like Baker, because there's no other reason why unless you just have been in a coma for the last 3 years and have missed what Baker Mayfield has done for the Buccaneers, there's no other reason for you to say he's not worth $50 million. When I read you the multiple quarterbacks that have accomplished way less than Baker Mayfield that were getting paid over $50 million per year, let alone the last 3 seasons. I beat you on the first 10 seconds of your stupid phone call, Ryan. How Baker Mayfield sucks. He's not worth $50 million. You have no idea what you're talking about. He's literally in the top 3 in yards, completions, and touchdowns in the last 3 years combined. I mean, are we serious? Either that, Kate, either it's just a Baker Mayfield hater and a Browns fan that also doesn't remember history and doesn't remember that Baker is the first and only Browns quarterback to win a playoff game since 1994. So you should be thanking the guy the more you look back on history. Or that's Jason Light, the GM of the Buccaneers. It's like his little nephew or his little brother calling up trying to defend the Buccaneers front office for not wanting to pay Baker Mayfield, because otherwise you have no idea what good quarterback play is.
Well, and if you said this is the Panthers division now, if you compare Baker and Bryce Young, Baker Mayfield's completion percentage is like 0.4% lower than Bryce Young's. Baker has more passing yards, more touchdowns, higher passer rating, more rushing yards than Bryce Young did last year. So yeah, the Panthers may have won the division, but if Ryan just wants to kind of compare stats and look at things like that, Baker takes the cake on pretty much everything there.
Yeah, Ryan's just an absolute loser, Kate. And I don't get fired. I got fired up. And I tried not to get fired up. And it's fine. You want to come on the show and tell either me or Kate that we don't know what we're talking about or we don't know football. That's fine if you actually make some coherent points after that. Right? I'm not saying you got to come on here and kiss my ass, but, say, no, never even heard your name before. You don't know what you're talking about. And then just proceed to make completely brain dead points. And you're thinking you're making a good argument. Then we're gonna destroy you after that. So
yeah,
Kate,
Ryan.
I hope
Ryan
you enjoyed seeing me get fired up.
We'll have we have the last rebuttal, Pat. That's the luxury of us being on air here. We can kick Ryan to the curb and tell him why he's wrong.
That's right. 310-840-4910. We'll get to some more phone calls and texts when we come back. Okay. Baker Mayfield sucks and he's not worth $50 million. I mean, just have you watched Baker for a full season? Are you from Oklahoma? I mean, my God, dude. Get lost. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable filling in for Brad Evans. Phone number to get to on the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Kate, we got a bunch of phone calls. But first, I just want to mention a couple of YouTube comments that were sent in earlier this hour when we were talking about Baker Mayfield. West Coast 250 on YouTube in the YouTube chat, which, by the way, of course, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can also watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. West Coast 250 in the YouTube chat said, the reason Bucs have never had a franchise QB, pay the man. That's a good point. I mean, they got Tom Brady for just a couple of years, and he won him a Super Bowl. But in terms of the last homegrown Buccaneers franchise quarterback, I'm struggling to think of one off the top of my head. Also, we have Aaron 016 in the YouTube chat saying, Baker is talented, funny, and friends with Josh Allen. I approve of him. Well, thank you, Aaron. We agree. Max, by the way, when I went off on that idiot phone caller, Ryan in Cleveland last segment, said, this man is about to be boiled, which is funny. And then apparently Max isn't the only one to come up with that. Max says the YouTube chat has decided when Pat goes off on a caller, getting boiled, and I've been running with that since. Oh, so Max actually, I guess, got it from the YouTube chat. So there you go. Kate?
That's a great little, like, Nick, like, you're about to get boiled. That's good. Like, I like that, Pat. I like that for you.
Yeah. I mean, people used to use my last name as a way to make fun of me. Like, oh, you got boils on your face? But I like that much better, getting boiled by,
I used to get Kate Constipated as my last name. That was how kids made fun of me back in the day. I'd prefer boils over constipation, Pat.
Kate Constipated. That is pretty funny. You got to give it to them. Yeah, kids are terrible.
I know. They are.
All right, let's get to a phone call here. 310-840-4910. Dan is in Jersey next up on BetMGM Tonight. What's going on, Dan? How you doing?
Hey, Pat. Kate, how you doing tonight?
We're doing good.
Good.
Hey, good. Hey, Pat, I called you the other night. I was a Steeler fan that said I was so happy this was going down because, I want Baker. I called not to really rehash that. I really called up because that last caller got me fired up. And this is what I don't get, right? I mean, he was obviously wrong right off the bat with Baker. But then he doubles down and says, well, we got rid of Baker for Deshaun. One of the worst contracts in football history. Bro, there's got to be something in the water in Cleveland, and that's why all these people are delusional, just like that guy, why they can't run an organization up there. It does not make sense.
Yeah, it's a good point. That is a good point. Dan, we appreciate the call, man. Dan called the other night, Kate, to say that if things do go awry this year, or no matter how things go, if Baker becomes a free agent next March, Dan, who's a Steelers fan, would love Baker Mayfield playing for the Steelers. And I gotta agree. That would be a pretty damn good succession plan to Aaron Rodgers, getting Baker Mayfield in Pittsburgh. He would become an instant folk hero, I feel like, for the Steelers fans.
Yeah, that does kind of feel like the perfect spot for the type of person Baker is too, right? Like you go to Pittsburgh and the Steel City, that's kind of, it feels like Baker would be a great fit there. So yeah, I mean, if Baker is not back with the Bucs next season, like it's not like Baker Mayfield's going away. His career isn't completely over. There are going to be other teams that are interested in him.
Yeah, let's get to another phone caller here real quick. Trip is in South Carolina next up on BetMGM Tonight. You want to join the show, 310-840-4910. Trip, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on? I'm just going to throw a little defense on, I'm glad you said his name, Ryan's way. Only to say, I wouldn't have chimed in. I'm down for it until you threw my man's name out there, Trevor Lawrence. He is worth it. Baker, not worth it. If Baker got drafted to the Jags and Trevor Lawrence did, he'd have been traded already like he already was multiple times. Trevor Lawrence is big dog. He should be getting big dog money. Baker ain't getting big dog money because, like you just said recently, again, thank you for doing this. Tom Brady went in there and won a Super Bowl in, 2 years? Godwin, Mike Evans, great O-line, great everything. Baker Mayfield's going there. He's just run the ship. You don't pay a guy $50 million, whatever. You don't pay a guy Trevor Lawrence money if he's just running the ship. Trevor Lawrence is doing it down there. I don't care what the wide receivers do, but the reason they're not paying Baker is because they're paying the wide receivers who carry him. We all know it. I defend the guy Ryan or whatever. He needs to work on it, but I appreciate it. Y'all have a good day.
Yeah, Tripp, I appreciate the call. I don't even think you mean what you're saying. I don't even think Tripp means what he says, Kate, because the wide receivers carry Baker Mayfield. This past year, Mike Evans missed almost the entire year. His number one receiver was Emeka Egbuka. And the number two receiver on this team was Cade Otton. Chris Godwin and Mike Evans combined to miss 17 games this year. 2024, yes, he had Mike Evans. You know the second leading receiver on the Buccaneers was 2 years ago? Cade Otton with 600 yards. Get lost. His receivers are carrying him. Are you kidding me? One dumb point after another.
Pat, our callers over the last half hour, man. I mean, people like to tell us when we're wrong, but I think we got to give it right back to them.
Chris Godwin hasn't played a full season in like 4 years. I mean, what are we talking about? All right, we'll continue with your phone calls next. We've got a fun activity planned. Stay tuned. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. BetMGM tonight.
This is Westwood One Sports.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Kate Constable's with me tonight. She's filling in for Brad Evans. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 4 of this Friday night fun show kicks off right now. You can watch the show, don't forget, live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could also watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We've got some more calls to get to. We will do that in just a bit at 310-840-4910. We've been having some fiery, intense debates. And look, we appreciate every and all caller. We've had some dumb callers, man. We've had some dumb callers saying Baker Mayfield gets carried by his wide receivers, and mentioning Chris Godwin, who, by the way, hasn't played a full season in like 4 years, has missed half the games in each of the last 2 seasons. Mike Evans missed almost the entire season last year. Emeka Egbuka had a great start to his rookie year, then completely fell off the face of the earth. Cade Otton was the second leading receiver for the Buccaneers in each of the last 2 years. That's Cade Otton. And people are trying to call up and say that Baker Mayfield doesn't deserve $50 million. I mean, my goodness, Kate, what are people drinking? People getting off to an early start on a Friday night. People are getting after it here on this Friday night and then calling us up. But we appreciate it. 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, because we were debating who is at fault, or I guess just how down bad the Buccaneers front office is, that they didn't want to go more than 2 years on Baker's contract extension, and they were pretty far from the $50 million that he was looking for. He told Jeremy Fowler, and by doing so, told the world, Buccaneers organization, according to Adam Schefter, not happy with Baker Mayfield. It is setting up for a messy 2026 season, and cannot wait to see what happens after this year. So 310-840-4910. But Kate, how about a little prediction time here? How about we do a segment called 3 Shockers and 3 Stunners? We're going to each pick 3 teams that we could see shockingly missing the playoffs. And then the other side of the coin, 3 teams you could see stunningly making the playoffs. And so I guess context is everything. But like saying that you think the Patriots are going to make the playoffs, that wouldn't be much of a stunner. I mean, they just went to the Super Bowl last year. And even though their win total, I believe, Patriots win total is what, 10.5, or is it 9.5? It's 9.5.
9.5.
Yeah, well, I think it's 9.5 with a lot of juice to go over. But either way, like saying that the Patriots would miss the playoffs, I guess according to our friends at BetMGM with their win total, it wouldn't be that huge of a shock, but the team that made the Super Bowl next year missing the playoffs, that would be a shock. So again, Kate, we'll use our judgment, we'll use our context here. But
so these are kind of extreme situations, Pat. Like, this is obviously an exercise. We're having fun with it, but like to say the Bengals would make the playoffs this year, like that's not a shocker, right? Because Joe Burrow's healthy, you know.
Correct.
Versus saying the Titans might make the playoffs. We're going more for those types of teams.
Correct. And this doesn't mean that we believe it. But every year, I mean, I picked the Panthers last year, and I still couldn't believe it when they finished 8-9 and needed the ultimate luck of that third 3-way tie between the Falcons and the Saints. They needed that result to go their way after they lost to the Bucs. I was like, wow, the Panthers actually won the division. I predicted it. They were like plus 300 to win the division. But yeah, something like that would be a shock. And we see it every year. So without further ado, let's start on the other side of the coin, Kate. We'll go team for team, and we'll get 3 each. 3 teams you could see shockingly missing the playoffs, Kate. What do you have first? Kate, you're muted.
Dang, that was rough. I'm going to go with the San Francisco 49ers missing the playoffs this year. Is that enough of a shocking
Oh yeah,
revelation?
big time. Their win total's 10.5. So yeah, that would be quite the shock. I mean, again, I guess it wouldn't be a shock if it's because of a bunch of injuries, but just on its face value, missing the playoffs,
If
yeah,
they're
that would be a shock.
healthy and they still miss the playoffs, that's what I'm going with right now.
Okay. All right. So we will go team for team. That way we don't have any duplicates. And so Kate is starting with the 49ers, and I'm filling out our list on our rundown. That way we don't forget. I'm going to go with the Baltimore Ravens. I could see the Ravens shockingly missing the playoffs again here. They are the betting favorite at BetMGM to win the AFC North. Missed the playoffs last year after that Tyler Loop field goal went wide to the right, and they fire John Harbaugh. They bring in Jesse Minter. Look, I'm just not convinced that Lamar Jackson can just carry this team anymore. And I know the defense should be better with Jesse Minter coming in here, but I got question marks. You know, it feels like for me, if there was a year where Derrick Henry finally shows his age, maybe takes a step back, a 32-year-old running back running the ball 300-plus times for the 5th, 6th, 7th year in a row, like sooner or later, I feel like that's going to catch up. And I'm not predicting, nor am I ever hoping that Derrick Henry gets hurt. But if there's a year where it's like, wow, Derrick Henry looks like he lost a step, I feel like you could see that this year. Again, Lamar, they've talked about him wanting to be more of a balanced quarterback throwing the football. We know he's had his fair share of injuries in the postseason, and so it feels like he has run less as a means to try to protect himself. But it's the receiving core outside of Zay Flowers. I don't trust anybody, and they drafted a couple of rookies in Jacoby Lane and Elijah Surratt. So, look, the big acquisition this offseason was to get Trey Hendrickson, and Nnamdi Madubuike is healthy. He missed basically the entire year last year, so they should be really damn good at getting after the quarterback. But I've been leaning towards picking the Bengals to win the AFC North here, Kate. So the Ravens would have to do it as a wild card, in my opinion, and it would not shock me if they miss the playoffs completely again.
Pat, you just made this a little bit more difficult for me because the Ravens were on my list. I echo a lot of what you just said on the concern for Baltimore this season, but they're off the board, so I can't go there. I'm going to go with my second pick here. I'm going to go the Kansas City Chiefs. I know Mahomes is already back at training camp. I know he's healthy and he's Patrick Mahomes, but this is not the same Chiefs roster that won back-to-back Super Bowls. This is not that same group. Travis Kelce, telltale end of his career. I do like Kenneth Walker. I think he's going to be great at running back for them. And Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy are good receivers. They're also in trouble quite a bit, at least Rashee Rice is. So I'm a little nervous about the offense overall, outside of if Patrick Mahomes is fully healthy. He's still Patrick Mahomes, but this team, I mean, I know they missed the playoffs last year, so maybe that's not quite as much of a shocker, but they missed the playoffs. Well, I'm going with the Chiefs here, Pat. They're going to miss the playoffs 2 seasons in a row.
That would be a big shock. Absolutely. And again, they are the betting favorite on BetMGM to win the AFC West, even though the Broncos won 14 games last year and Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert and the Chargers reside in that division as well. All right. Another team that I think could shockingly miss the playoffs. Not saying it's going to happen, but I could see it, is the Detroit Lions. And I love Dan Campbell, and I don't think Jared Goff gets enough credit. I think he's a top 10 quarterback. I think he's probably the 9th best quarterback in the NFL. And I know Jahmyr Gibbs, right along Bijan, they are the 2 best running backs pound for pound. The weapons galore, Amon-Ra, J-Mo. They've got a healthy Sam Laporta. And Dan Campbell last year was calling the plays midway through the season, and they were still a top 5 offense. And now they're bringing Drew Petzing, who I think did a good job in Arizona, despite how terrible of a defense that the Cardinals had. They were still putting up yards with Jacoby Brissett. I worry about the offensive line. It's a heavily shuffled offensive line. Moving Penei Sewell over to left tackle. Again, no reason on paper to think he won't be great because he's been one of the best right tackles in football, but it's a whole new side. Obviously, it's a new position. and a rookie right tackle now in Blake Miller, a new center in Cade Mays. That offensive line fell apart last year. And here's the thing, Kate. The defense, I mean, they are just never healthy. They're never healthy. Like between Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph. Kirby Joseph played 6 games last year. Brian Branch played 12. They both have started training camp on the PUP list. Not a good sight. Not a good sight. And I think the rest of that secondary with DJ Reed and Keith Abney as the other corner, a 5th-round rookie who right now feels like he's going to slot in as their opposite number 1 corner, their number 2 corner opposite of DJ Reed. I just think this defense, they do not have that high of a ceiling as they did 2 years ago, and I feel like the bottom could easily drop out. And so, yeah, their offense might be great, but that defense, if there's something that's going to hold them back, and Kate, I'll admit, if I'm wrong about the Bears and they make the playoffs, and I think the Packers are going to make the playoffs, are 3 teams going to make it again out of the NFC North like it happened 2 years ago? Didn't happen last year at the Lions' expense. It would be a shock to me if they missed the playoffs, but that's a reality that I could see happening. Detroit missing out again for the 2nd straight year.
Yeah, I don't. I'm kind of am with you, Pat. That defense cannot stay healthy, and if you don't have a defense, it doesn't matter necessarily how good your offense is. Asking them to win games for you for 17 straight weeks is a tough task. I'm going to go another. I mean, again, this is they could, not necessarily. I think they will, but Philadelphia Eagles, Pat. What if things don't work out with the new coordinator? What if, and not saying Jalen Hurts is the one that's totally at fault, but like, what if the offense just doesn't come together and Sean Mannion isn't the guy there? What if Saquon doesn't have or has another more down year? I mean, Saquon's still a great player, but going from 2 years ago, almost setting the rushing record, to last year, like that's considered a down year. And then what if the Cowboys defense is good this year and the Cowboys win that division because their offense is going to be there, and all of a sudden you're hoping to be a wild card team in the NFC that's pretty loaded. I think that could be potentially the Eagles. If things don't go well for them, they could miss the playoffs.
I'm, as a Giants fan, I am pretty bullish on the Eagles this year, as much as I hope they fall flat on their face and are miserable, as it would give me great joy. I feel like they are going to bounce back. But yeah, and another first-year play caller, Jalen Hurts, maybe needed everything to be perfect around him. Maybe needed Kellen Moore. Maybe needed Shane Steichen in years past. Who knows? It would be shocking for me. But again, we're picking 3 teams that we could see shockingly miss the playoffs. For me, my third. So, Kate, you got the Niners, the Chiefs, and the Eagles. I got the Ravens, the Lions, and finally, the Denver Broncos. And this is a team that we talked about early on in the show as a teams that we think were candidates for regression. I think the Broncos are candidates for regression. And again, it would be a big shock to me because I think the world of their defense. I think they have the 2nd best defense in football behind the Texans. Their pass rush is incredible with Zach Allen and Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito. The secondary is maybe the best in football. Pat Surtain, Talanoa Hufanga, who people forget was an all-pro in his first couple of years with the Niners and then was hurt for basically a year and a half. He came back last year and had a great season. For me, it's the offense. The offensive line is great. But I think Bo Nix is a good quarterback. He's coming off that ankle fracture that caused him to miss the AFC title game. Their offense got off to some real slow starts in the first half of games last year, and they won almost all of their one-score games, Kate. That's something you mentioned earlier in the show. If they don't get that same kind of fortune, and we know the division is going to be tough as hell with the Chiefs and the Chargers, and they play a tough-ass schedule, I could see the Broncos shockingly miss the playoffs. And by the way, here are the odds for all these teams to miss the playoffs at BetMGM. Ravens, plus 260 to miss the playoffs. Niners, plus 126. Chiefs, plus 154. Lions, plus 176. Eagles, plus 130. Broncos, plus 122. So maybe, and our friends at BetMGM, Kate, don't think it would be a huge shock if the Eagles, Broncos, and Niners missed the playoffs, but every one of those teams that we gave you are favored to make the playoffs. So I thought that was, and we didn't look at the odds before we did that. I think that's a pretty good list we came up with.
I'm very surprised. Yeah, that the Broncos are plus 122, the Niners 126. Those are
nearly even money.
Which is
think about
crazy.
their.
So maybe
it comes down to their divisions,
division.
right? Because think about it, it's how good the Wests are.
Right, because I had the Broncos on my list initially, and then I threw the Chiefs on there, and I thought, well, I can't really throw the Broncos on there because if the Chiefs miss, if the Chiefs are one of my teams that miss the playoff, it's not likely that the Broncos are also being in that division. But I mean, they might just all beat up on each other in that one outside of the Raiders, but who knows? So yeah, I'm pretty surprised, and the Eagles even plus 130 with. I mean, that's assuming the Commanders are significantly better this year with Jaden Daniels back and healthy. So those are tough divisions.
They are. I think the Commanders are going to be terrible. I think it would be more. I think it'd be more likely the Giants win, but I think the odds makers, BetMGM, would think it's more likely the Cowboys win the division, and then you probably would get 3 teams from the NFC North, 2 teams from the NFC West, and that there you go. That leaves the Eagles on the outside looking in, and that's why it's only plus 130. All right, on the flip side, Kate, 3 teams we could see stunningly making the playoffs. Start us off here. Who do you think could be one of the big surprises of the year?
All right, well, I heard you say one earlier, so I'm going to leave that one off, and I'll let you have that on your list. I won't steal that one from you. I'm going to go with the New Orleans Saints. Could be a stunner. Shockingly make the playoffs. Everyone seems to be high on Tyler Shuck and the growth that he's had this offseason coming into a year 2. I'm going to buy into it for the purpose of this exercise, Pat. And if the Saints have a quarterback, they're competing in an NFC South that is kind of open for the taking, despite what some of our callers have said. I don't think it's necessarily the Panthers. I mean, every team had a sub 500 record in that division last year. So asking the Saints to go 8-9 and potentially win the division and make the playoffs, I don't think is a too far off. Towards the back half of the season, Shuck played well down the stretch. Saints won some ball games. I think they could be a team that stunningly makes the playoffs this year.
By the way, Zach Kroll filling in, producing tonight, doing a great job giving us all these odds from our friends at BetMGM. The Saints are plus 172 to make the playoffs. Ooh. So that is the third longest odds out of any of these teams we have mentioned to either miss or make the playoffs. So you're going with the Saints. Maybe this is a bit biased, Kate, but I really feel it in my plums. The New York Football Giants could stunningly make the playoffs, considering I know what their win total is, 7.5, and I knew what it was the other day because Zach did put it in our rundown when I was talking about them and talking about Malik Neighbors. I believe the Giants are plus 270. Yep, plus 270 to make the playoffs, nearly 3-1 for Big Blue to make it. Again, look at the injuries last year to their young offensive stars. Malik Neighbors, torn ACL in week 4, and we've got nothing but good news over the last couple of days from Malik Neighbors. Not on the PUP list to start training camp. Said yesterday he feels great at practice. They're playing it cautious. They're not having him participate in the full team drills, but he's been doing plenty of individual drills, and he looks springy. He looks fast with his cuts. He looks great. You got Cam Scatterbo. He said basically, all right, no more backflips. After what happened a week ago. But look, he's 100% ready to go. His ankle is fine from that brutal ankle injury that was twisted backwards. Cam Scatterbo's good to go. I love the addition of Isaiah Likely. I think the offense on this team is going to be explosive as all hell. Matt Nagy is their offensive coordinator. Sure, a little bit of reservation about it as you know Matt Nagy very well, Kate. But I'm excited for Matt Nagy bringing a veteran leadership to this offense that's got a bunch of young 20-year-olds looking to make things happen. And Jackson Dart, if he stays healthy, I mean, again, I don't think people realize how good Jackson Dart was last year because the Giants stunk. Jackson Dart accounted for 24 touchdowns and had just 7 turnovers. 15 passing, 9 rushing, 5 picks, 2 fumbles lost, 24 touchdowns, 9 turnovers. Again, with no Malik Neighbors for most of the year, no Cam Scatterbo for half the year. Just throwing to some outside of Wan'Dale Robinson, not a whole lot of talent. So Giants offensive line was healthy. I went nuts in April, Kate, when they didn't draft Caleb Downs and they had 2 chances to get him. But if Francis Maui-Noa from Miami, who they're going to have playing right guard, if he is a mauler, then I will be the first one to say, great pick, Joe Shane, because this offensive line is the best it's going to look in 10 years, if that is true, if that's the case. And then, the defense. They get Brian Burns coming off a massive campaign. Arvell Reese, the rookie from Ohio State. I love that they got your guy, Tremaine Edmonds from Chicago, just 120 tackles, rolls out of bed and gets up 120 tackles every single year. I'm excited for the Giants. I don't think the Commanders are going to be very good. I don't think the Cowboys, I think it's going to be classic Cowboys, all hype and still a defense that has a lot of weaknesses. And so the Giants, out of the wild card, because I do see the Eagles repeating and winning the division, Giants wild card, 10 wins, plus 270 to make the playoffs. That's my first team. Kate, who do you got next?
All right. I'm going to go with, let's see here. I'm going to go with the Tennessee Titans. We always see a team go from worst to first, and I guess maybe that could have been the Saints. Like they were finished last in that division last year as well. Yes, so
they were.
I've got 2 teams that are going worst to first this year, and the Titans, year 2 under Cam Ward. I think Cam Ward's their franchise quarterback, and I think they would agree with that as well. Obviously, rookie season doesn't quite go as he would have hoped, but the reason he went number 1 overall, did Cam Ward go number 1 overall? Am I making that up?
Yes, he did.
He did. Yeah. It's because you're going to a franchise that hasn't won much. So you can't blame the guy for going 3-14, but they got Carnell Tate. I think he could be a weapon for them offensively. And then, they have a decent defense. Jeffrey Simmons, Jermaine Johnson. I think that, the secondary is decent. This is a team that, again, these are stunners to make the playoffs, but they have some good pieces that certainly can help on both sides of the ball. And as long as Cam Ward continues the upward trajectory that many people expect him to have, this could be a team that goes worst to first in their division. Also, Pat, last year AFC South, they did get 2 teams in. So you're asking, I don't think they're going to win the division with the Texans being in there. And is Jacksonville going to be a regression candidate after 13 wins last year? Potentially. But if you can get 2 teams in from the AFC South, I think the Titans could certainly make the playoffs.
Yep. And that is the longest shot that either one of us has given out yet. The Titans plus 410.
Woo!
To make the playoffs, more than 4-1. But I like it. It's bold. Give me the Falcons. Give me the Atlanta Falcons as a team that I could see stunningly making the playoffs, but only under one condition, Kate. Only if Michael Penix is the starting quarterback before week 5. Because it doesn't look like he's going to be. The quote from him earlier this week that he might not get cleared to return to practice until 4 weeks from now. So we're talking about the end of August. That gives him 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
To try to win the job away from Tua and basically not playing any preseason games. I just don't see how it's going to happen. Not with Kevin Stefanski in year 1. I feel like Tua's going to win the job by default, but I think Tua stinks. So they would have to play bad enough to the point where they're maybe 1-3. They luck their way into 1 win, but Tua is so bad that he's clearly the reason why they're 1-3. They go to Penix, and he turns the season around. That's how I can see the Falcons stunningly making the playoffs. Look at the weapons around them. Bijan, pound for pound, best running back in football. Drake London, excellent on the outside, borderline, if not top 10 receiver in football. Kyle Pitts, after the resurgent year last year, he's under another prove-it year. He just got paid, actually, the 3-year contract. I think Kyle Pitts is going to have another great season. I think the offensive line doesn't get enough credit. I think they're very underrated, especially, obviously, in the run game department. And then that passing defense. They couldn't get a sack worth if their life depended on it in the first half of last year. And then in the second half, they were like gangbusters getting after the quarterback. And Ulbrich, is the DC there, is staying there with Stefanski coming to town. I think he's done a tremendous job. I think that secondary, again, very underrated with A.J. Terrell and Jesse Bates. Billy Bowman, who had a great rookie season last year and then got knocked out for the year. He's on the PUP list to start training camp, but I think the reports I read are that Billy Bowman's going to be ready to start the year. So Falcons, again, that NFC South, I picked the Panthers to win the division, but I mean, again, it's the NFC South. I mean, how many times in the last couple of years does a team win it finishing under 500? The Falcons can absolutely win this division. It would be a stunner. They're plus 220 to make the playoffs, but the Falcons, if Penix is the quarterback in the first couple of weeks of the season, I see Atlanta could get their way into the postseason.
I can't argue with you there. I don't hate that pick at all. This one's a little, I could see this being a little controversial, just in the sense of, is this stunning enough for this list, Pat? But I'm running out of teams here because there's a couple that I just can't even throw out of, like, even the possibility of them making.
Yeah, we're not throwing out the Cardinals. You're not throwing out the
Raiders,
the Dolphins or the Jets. I don't think so.
No. Those I can't even get myself to do that. I'm going to go to the Minnesota Vikings. And part of the reason this could be, a little bit more of a stunner is because of the division that they play in. I mean, the NFC North, we know, is one of the toughest divisions in football. They did get 2 teams in last year, 3 teams the year before, so maybe it's possible. But you have a new quarterback coming in potentially in Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's kind of been kicked to the curb a little bit. Like, he'll need a career revival in the sense of, like, similar to Baker Mayfield, right? Like, everyone, the Browns kind of said, you're not it for us. We're going to move on. The Cardinals kind of said the same thing. Can Kyler Murray come in and win a bunch of games enough to make the playoffs for Minnesota? If JJ McCarthy, I guess that would be the stunner if they start JJ McCarthy and play him all year and the Vikings make the playoffs. That would really surprise me. But more so just because this division is so tough versus it being like Minnesota's not a talented team. I mean, you have Justin Jefferson, you've got Brian Flores as your defensive coordinator. But playing the Lions, Packers, and Bears twice this season, I think is going to be an uphill battle for Minnesota.
Yep, and the Vikings on BetMGM plus 156 to make the playoffs. So, yeah, it would be surprising. Maybe not stunning, but surprising. Yeah. Finally, Kate, I don't necessarily, I'm not predicting it's going to happen, but again, I could see it because we've had a couple of the last few years, rookie QBs instantly making an impact. Jaden Daniels, NFC title game. CJ Stroud, when he was a rookie, had his best year. They won the division. They came out of nowhere, the Texans. They were one of the worst teams in football for like 2-3 years in a row before that. How about the Las Vegas Raiders? Fernando Mendoza. How about the Raiders? The Raiders. I mean, why not? If Mendoza's the real deal, right? It just depends on when is he starting. Because we've debated this, Brad and I think you and I have debated this as well. I think the Raiders are doing the right thing, giving Kirk Cousins the start. But I think by week 5, like, let's go. Get Fernando Mendoza in there. He needs to learn, sit, watch, see, take everything in, how the routine goes, after every drive, you're looking at the tablet, everything's moving a million miles a minute. By week 5, he should be good. That's when Fernando Mendoza should be playing quarterback for the Raiders. And look, Kate, here's the thing why. Their schedule is so soft. Here are the teams they play this year. Here are the cupcake teams. Dolphins. Not a cupcake, but the Saints. I mean, that's a winnable game. Dolphins, Saints, Jets, Browns, Titans, Cardinals. That's 6. They could easily win 5 of those. Easily could win 5 of those. And then you're talking about, all right, they're going to have to pull some surprises, sure. But you said it would be a shock if the Chiefs missed the playoffs for the second year in a row, but you could see it happening. I have the Broncos on the list of teams that I could see shockingly miss the playoffs. If both those teams miss, somebody's got to win that division. Maybe it's the Chargers, but maybe the Raiders get in as a wild card team. Who knows? Maybe we have a down year in the AFC with a lot of injuries. Maybe 9-8 gets you in. Or maybe they go 10-7 because Mendoza is just that damn good. So it would be a big stunner for sure, especially with how tough their division is. And wow, this is actually now the longest shot on the board that you or I have given out. The Raiders plus 520 to make the playoffs, more than 5-1. All right, we got to get to a break. 310-840-4910, phone number to join the show. Your thoughts, a team that you think could stunningly make the playoffs or a team you think could shockingly miss the playoffs? We'll get to your phone calls when we come back. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. All right, we got a bunch of callers on hold. Let's zip right to your calls. On top of other stuff we've been talking about last segment, we want to hear from you. One team you could see shockingly missing the playoffs. One team you could see stunningly making the playoffs. Let's get your phone calls here, 310-840-4910. Bert is next up in Baltimore. Bert, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, Kate, how you doing?
Hey, Bert.
Pat.
What's up, Bert? You're a gentleman, by the
of-
way. I think you're only one of a few people that actually have addressed Kate when they call in. And that's probably because I'm a loudmouth jackass. But anyway, I appreciate it.
Well, yeah, because what kind of a stupid, loser, moronic take was that the Ravens are going to miss the playoffs? I mean, do you even watch football? What are you, from New York or something?
Good stuff. Good stuff, Bert.
You know,
Great job.
You got to thank those guys. You got to encourage those guys to call back and thank them the next time they do, because that made for great content, bro.
I think you're right. It did. And
we love the haters.
Yeah. Okay, and I don't like getting fired up as much as, and then I start calling people names like Bert nailed it. I call the one guy moronic, jackass, idiot, moron. But there's other words that I want to say and I can't say them. So yeah, it got me fired up.
Man,
But I mean,
I
Bert,
think there's
Baker
at
Mayfield
least
not
one or
worth
two
$50
good
million.
drops out of that, by the way. That's great stuff. I was just cracking up listening to you guys. I hadn't thought of the team. Actually, you know what? I actually don't think the Patriots are going to make the playoffs. I know that's not a popular take, and I don't know how long of a shot at Kate. I think you mentioned the Vikings. I think Kyler Murray's going to be darn near great there, and the rest of their team's already playoff made. So I definitely, like I said, I didn't look at the odds. I don't know how big of a long shot that is, but I could definitely see them getting into the playoffs.
Vikings, Bert, they're plus 156 to make the playoffs. I agree with you. I mean, their roster is playoff worthy. They just need that quarterback position to be right. And you pair Kyler Murray with KOC, who has been really good with quarterbacks in the past, or at least that's the sentiment around him, the quarterback whisperer. And yeah, Minnesota certainly could be one of those teams.
They're such a product of their environment. People give them way too much credit when they do well and too much blame when they don't do well. I think Kyler's going to do – I'm not a Kyler Murray fan, but I think outside of the Ravens not making the playoffs, which is a ridiculous take, Pat, by the way, I think Kyler's going to do great, and the Vikings are going to be tough this year. I'm out, guys. I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks, Bert.
Yeah, Bert, great stuff, man. And like I said, that's why I could see them shockingly miss the playoffs. I'm not saying it's happening. Look, and Bert, again, I think Lamar Jackson is somebody that, as football fans, whether it's him or Josh Allen, like one of those guys has to get to a Super Bowl. We deserve, unless you're a rival or not, your team plays in the same division as the Bills or the Ravens. It's like if you're a neutral football fan or if you got no skin in the game in the AFC, like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, those guys should be playing for a Super Bowl. So I root for Lamar Jackson to get to the Super Bowl. I just feel like it's every year the Ravens get propped up. They're like, oh, the Ravens, they're the favorite to win the AFC. They never do. So, again, it would be a shock. But I apologize. Bert, because you're a good guy. I don't want the city of Baltimore to be coming after me. All right, let's get another quick caller in here. 310-840-4910. Lacey in Tampa next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Lacey?
I'm doing well, sir. Hopefully you guys are doing well. I just wanted to comment on Baker Mayfield. I don't have any betting odds or anything like that. But I've been hearing a lot of people praising Baker Mayfield and saying that he's getting done dirty. I totally disagree. I think he's getting paid more than what he should. The last 3 years, the Buccaneers, well, this year we didn't make it to the playoffs. The 2 years before that, we got knocked off in the first round, and he's just not that dude. And again,
I think he's getting paid right on. I think he's getting a little bit more money than he deserves. The last time I remember him on the field, he threw an insane pick. We needed one game to make it to the playoffs last year, and we couldn't pull it out. We couldn't pull it out. So again, I don't think Baker Mayfield's getting done dirty. He's not the type of futuristic quarterback that everybody has, like a Lamar Jackson. Yeah, I don't think he's getting done dirty at all. I think he's right where he's supposed to be, and the Buccaneers are handling him. The only thing Jason Light should have did is get him a backup. He ain't got no backup for him. So I do blame Jason Light for that. But other than that, I think he handling Baker Mayfield just how he played for. The 2 years in the playoffs, we made it to the playoffs with him. We got knocked out in the first round, and last year we didn't even make it to the playoffs. I think he got some nerve for asking for more money. I really do. Wow. I think he's out of line for asking for more money. All right, so
Lacey, we appreciate the call. Kate, you want to handle that? You want to handle this one first? I feel like I've been jumping down all the anti-Baker people's throats here tonight.
Yeah, Pat, what did you say earlier? Baker is top 3 in the NFL in passing yards, touchdowns, completion percentage. I don't have those exact numbers in front of me, but you rattled off a ton of statistics in which Baker has been a top of the league in some of his play. And I mean, you also mentioned, Pat, some of his receivers have not exactly been all that healthy last year over the years. So Baker's kind of had to do a lot of this himself, and to take over a franchise after Tom Brady, to bring it back to the playoffs, I think Baker is very worthy of asking for a little bit more money based on his play. If you don't have Baker Mayfield as your quarterback, I know they didn't make the playoffs last year, but I don't think you're making the playoffs those 2 years prior if he's not your guy in town.
Yeah, and again, like we made the playoffs 2 years in a row. We didn't make it this third year. Baker's not that dude. Like, you realize how hard making the playoffs is? Not only that, I approach so much of this debate with Baker and this contract extension feud with the Buccaneers as to what the rest of the market and what the rest of the league is getting paid. And the one Jaguars fan called in and thinks Trevor Lawrence deserves big dog money. Trevor Lawrence has been terrible outside of last year. He finally stepped up. He gets paid $55 million a year. Jordan Love, who I love Jordan Love, Kate. You know that. Jordan Love's getting paid $55 million a year. Baker Mayfield deserves to be paid as much as Jordan Love. Brock Purdy's getting paid $53. Jared Goff, $53. Again, Tua Tagovailoa's old contract with the Dolphins was in the mid-$50 million per year. You're telling me Baker Mayfield doesn't deserve to get paid that kind of money? And I don't think Lacey even knows how much Baker's making. He's going into the final year of his contract, which you don't really often see a star franchise quarterback do. You don't see them make it into that final year because they get extended. Baker Mayfield is going into the final year of his contract. He's making $33 million a year. That's it. $33 million. Daniel Jones is getting paid more money than him. Deshaun Watson's fully guaranteed contract is for $13 million more per year than Baker Mayfield. That's what the market, that's what the league has said that these quarterbacks are worth. You don't think Baker Mayfield belongs in that conversation, in that category? My gosh, Zach Kroll says in our show chat, Baker is polarizing. Wow, I didn't know it. Kate. We got a bunch of Baker haters calling in, and that's fine. That's fine. I just can't wait for him to prove all you people wrong this year. 310-840-4910. We got to grab a break. We'll grab some more phone calls when we come back. This is BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. This is Westwood One Sports.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. Coming up at the top of the hour, we'll get back to your phone calls. 310-840-4910. And we'll also do hot or cold to kick off the final hour on this Friday. But Kate, really quickly, just a break from all the football action and calls we've been taking, because I wanted to get this in there, and I know we're going to have a busy final hour. How about Pat Boyle getting a little LeBron James intel in terms of the Philadelphia real estate space? What would you say to that?
Well, we'll just call you Shams. Pat Boyle.
Yeah.
Pat Shams Boyle. Yeah, you are the Shams of the Philadelphia area. You might be hyper-focused in Philadelphia, but I think you're about to break some news here for us, Pat.
Well, maybe I wouldn't say break some news, because it hasn't happened yet. But I do have a friend. So again, I moved here to Philadelphia in April. Born and raised in Central New Jersey. Yes, Central New Jersey exists, and my home base growing up and when I started in the radio industry was WFAN in New York. But recently moved to Philadelphia. Still travel up to the Big Apple to New York City to do some shifts here and there on the weekend for the Fan, and did some Yankees postgame stuff this year. But do live in Philly, made some friends. One friend is in the real estate industry in Philadelphia, and they told me that LeBron James, because we got the story, Kate, right, when he signed with the Sixers, that LeBron's reported plan, or the rumored plan, was that he was going to buy an apartment or property in New York City and basically take a 45-minute helicopter ride to Philadelphia on days where they have home games. That sounds annoying. That sounds frustrating. That sounds hazardous. So I have a friend. I've made a friend that's in the Philadelphia real estate industry, and they said that in my neighborhood, I live in Fishtown. It's like northeast Philly. Center City is like downtown Philly, so just northeast of that. A lot of young families live where I live in Philly, in Fishtown. Right down the road from my condo, there's some high-rise apartments and condos that overlook the Delaware River, so it's looking back towards New Jersey, so that side of Philly. That apparently former Eagle Hassan Reddick owns some property there that he has been trying to sell for a while. And maybe, again, this is a rumor, maybe LeBron James is thinking about buying that property as like a crash place. Like, again, instead of having to take a helicopter, LeBron might be looking at some property in Fishtown neighborhood of Philadelphia. And so that whole thing about him taking a helicopter, that might not end up being true, because he might live in Philly.
Interesting, Pat. That's some good intel right there. Because, like, to be honest, I know Kobe did the whole helicopter back and forth to games and stuff like that. That sounds kind of like a pain in the ass. That after a game, you have a 45-minute ride. Don't you just want to go to bed? You get down the street, go to. So, hey, what's this? What's the town called? What?
Fishtown. It's the neighborhood of Philadelphia.
All right. I mean, Hassan Reddick, I would imagine, had a pretty nice pad there, Pat. I think it might be good for LeBron as well.
Oh, yeah. So just, again, not trying to break news, not confirming or denying, just spreading the rumors that were told to me by a little birdie in Philadelphia. All right, hot or cold on your phone calls when we come back. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. BetMGM Tonight.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable filling in for Brad Evans tonight, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this final night of June. Nope, final night of July. Kicks off right now. Kate, I'm going on vacation next week, and not that I need a vacation because I love doing the show. Don't get me wrong, but
no, you need a vacation every once in a while. And we all do.
Yeah. I don't even know what month it is. Needless to say, beach, Corona in my hand, Monday morning. Yep.
That's on the horizon. 1 hour left, Matt. You can do it. You can do it.
Yeah. Literally a metaphor. No, like trust me, Kate. There are certain nights like tonight. I think we've had a great show. I think the phone calls have picked up tremendously in the last 2 hours. Like honestly, I could go to 1 a.m. I mean, if they paid us to do 7-8 hours worth of a show. Yeah, double that rate. I'll go to 1 a.m. for you. I'll take some of the load off of Josh Graham's shoulders, who's coming up next after us. But either way, final hour of this Friday night show kicks off right now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Not going to recap the whole show. We normally give you the top topics throughout the first 4 hours, but I will say the topic from last hour is we're going to take some phone calls on it as we're getting near and near the start of the NFL season. We got the Hall of Fame game 6 days away. First preseason games just over a week away. 3 teams. Kate and I gave you 3 teams each, but we want to hear from you. One team that you could see shockingly miss the playoffs. One team that you could see stunningly make the playoffs. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. Again, that's 310-840-4910. And for reference, me and Kate, we each gave 3 teams that we could see shockingly miss the playoffs. Kate gave out the 49ers, the Chiefs again, and the Eagles. And I mentioned the Ravens, the Lions again for a second straight year, and the Broncos. In terms of 3 teams we could see stunningly making the playoffs, I have the Giants, Falcons, and the Raiders. And Kate's got the Saints, Titans, and the Minnesota Vikings. And that perfectly leads us into our next phone caller here. We're going to get to hot or cold in just a bit, but let's get to your phone calls. 310-840-4910. I know this guy is a Vikings fan, long-suffering one. Let's get to Ross, who's in New Jersey. Next up on BetMGM Tonight. Ross, what's going on, man? Apparently J.J. McCarthy's out playing Kyler Murray in training camp. How does that make you feel?
Oh, you can't make it up, man. How's it going, Patty B? Good hearing you again, Kate. The father at a training camp, you can't make it up. I mean, I remember a couple years ago, 2 years ago when it was the whole J.J. was out playing the soon-to-be Super Bowl winning Sam Darnold at training camp. That was before J.J. busted his knee. Rest was history. Go on to win the 14 games, and that kind of goes into my point. First off, Kate, your lips to God's ears with my Vikings. I don't even think it's so much that, I mean, you got to consider us a surprise given the fact that we missed the playoffs. A lot of people got us as like the consensus to finish 4th. Actually, if you think about it, we didn't even finish 4th last year. Everybody's, mighty high Detroit Lions because of the tiebreaker when Max Brosmer eliminated them on Christmas Day last year, and J.J. McCarthy had the same record as the Big Bad Lions. They were the mathematical last place team. But if you look at the odds, I think we're 5.5 to 1 to win the division. If you go back to, I brought up when we signed a career bust/backup to a 1-year, $10 million deal, we were 10 to 1 to win the division that year. A couple of years ago, we went on to win 14 games. Listen, I think, Kate, you brought up, I think that's a value play. I think the only problem is how top-heavy that division is, really just how stacked the division is in general. I don't think there's a clear-cut definitive number 4. Obviously, the odds say it's Minnesota, but you talk about a team that was 9-8 with how abysmal JJ was last year. And hey,
Yeah.
if you could see what Kevin O'Connell did with the 3rd overall pick in 2018, how could you not have faith in what he's going to do with the 1st overall pick, the draft afterward, in Kyler Murray?
Yeah, Ross, Kate, you wanna handle the first part of Ross there, that the first part of his call?
Yeah, good stuff, Ross. I mean, you're right. Like Minnesota, they kind of deserve to be in the conversation of the playoff picture just because of everyone that they do have on their roster. I don't think that they're necessarily yeah, I had them on my list and I think it would be somewhat of a surprise, but with the caveat of because of the division that they're playing in, you're going up against a Bears team that's on the up and up. The Lions had a down year, obviously some injuries, fired their offensive coordinator, and then the Packers, well, they're the Packers. So having them on my list is only because of the division that they play in. I do think obviously you have Justin Jefferson, you best wide receiver in football, one of them. You've got a defense that I think is still very, very good and a great defensive coordinator. So there's a lot of really good stuff for this Minnesota team. If you get the quarterback right, they could win the division. Like they're that good in terms of the other pieces that they have. So, I don't think it would be a shock if they won, if they made the playoffs at all. But yeah, the quarterback situation is the one they need to get right. And I mean, Pat said apparently JJ McCarthy's been out playing Kyler Murray. I mean, that's surprising, but I mean, I don't think Minnesota fans necessarily care who's at quarterback as long as you're winning games. Like I know JJ McCarthy was kind of the butt of all jokes last year, but if he wins you games, that's going to turn around real quick with Vikings fans.
Yeah, Ross, you still there?
Lambo. Yeah, you got me?
Yep.
Hello? Yeah. No, the game, at this point, I'm 100% on the Kyler train. I defended JJ as long as I could. Even the Dallas game, the Sunday Night Football, he was popping. He had the rushing touchdown, the rollback. I was like, maybe there is something with this guy. Let's not nip this in the bud too quick. And then the Lambeau game is where I drew the line. But, Kate, that's not even my favorite pick of yours out of the 3. I've been going around saying the Titans, not only to make the playoffs, but I'll take it a step further, to win that division, in my opinion, is essentially the offseason. Their win total's at 6.5. You brought it up. That AFC South is known every single year annually for the turnaround. I mean, who had the Jaguars not only winning the division, but winning 12 games in year
13.
one of Liam Cohen with the Duval. It was 13, you're right. And Trevor Lawrence, Pat, you brought up, I'm still not full-blown on the potential MVP train. I think he finished like top 5 in MVP. I don't think that's fully legit. And I'll get to my disappointments in a second really quick too, but I'm fully on board the Titans train. And Pat, you brought up the New York connections we got. If there's anything you know, I'll keep it right to football. When you got a former New York Giant or a former New York Jet, they do everything in their power to stick it to the city that never sleeps. We just saw it with the running back in Philly 2 years ago. We saw it with the quarterback in Seattle last year. In the same draft, went 2nd and 3rd overall. So you're telling me you got an offensive coordinator and a head coach that were fired from this same city that they never forget what happens with the failure in this city, calling the shots with a 1st overall pick this time last year? I think they're going to skyrocket this year, man. And really quick, I appreciate all the time, guys. If you look at last year, talk about disappointments. There were 4 teams that had 14 wins or better last year, or 2 years ago. Lions, Vikings, Chiefs, Eagles. 3 out of those 4 wound up missing the playoffs last year. You look at last year, there were 4 teams, including you brought up the Jaguars, Pat, the Patriots, Broncos, and Seattle. I think the 4 top winning totals from last year, similar to 2024, you got a clean sweep. Top 4 records last year all missed the playoffs this year.
Wow.
Interesting.
Ross, that's a bold take. Now,
about the
again,
facts?
Kate, we had the Broncos.
Yeah.
I had the Broncos on my list. You had I guess actually that was it, right?
I had the missing the playoffs. I had the Niners and Chiefs and Eagles. So yeah, that
Yeah, but Ross is saying that every 14 win team. Well, neither of us included the Patriots. I didn't include it because it wouldn't be.
Team.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that big of a shock to me. But I guess again, on the surface, Super Bowl team that was in the Super Bowl then misses the playoffs next year. On paper, yeah, that would be a big shock. So Ross thinks the Patriots, who won 14 games, will miss the playoffs. He thinks the Broncos, who won 14 games, will miss the playoffs. He thinks the Seahawks, the defending Super Bowl champs with 14 wins, will miss the playoffs. And then and then after that, it was the Jaguars with 13 wins. He thinks they all miss the playoffs. I could see the I think the Jags miss. I could see the Patriots. I could see the Broncos. I mean, yeah, it's great. I mean, that's the NFL, Kate. That's why we love it, right? Because it's parity and it's unpredictable year after year, year over year, I should say.
Yep. And I mean, we talk about worst to first a lot, but there are also teams clearly that go first to worst all the time in their division. So I think Ross is kind of spot on with his take of teams that could miss and teams that could make. I mean, if the Titans make the playoffs, all of a sudden you're looking at, okay, maybe you get 2 teams. Jacksonville probably not winning the division again. Then Houston, I have a hard time seeing Houston not make the playoffs, but only because of that defense, not necessarily because of the offense. Like the offense last year was not what was winning them football games.
I said the other day,
actually pretty brutal to watch.
Like that movie Too Big to Fail. I think that's the Texans defense. They're too big to fail. Like they will drag CJ Stroud and that offense across the line into the playoffs yet again.
Yep. Pat, you know I haven't seen that movie.
You haven't seen Too Big to Fail? I mean, didn't show you that when you were in? When did that movie come out? Too Big to Fail. All right, it only came out in 2011. For a second, I was like, wait a minute, that movie was like 2005.
Honestly, I haven't even heard of that movie before.
That's about the 2008 financial crisis. You know, I think the biggest recession of this century.
I've heard of that thing. That I have heard of. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, haven't seen the movie. Okay. We'll make a list, Pat. For every time I'm on the show with you, we'll find a movie I haven't won. We'll make a list and I'll watch them.
Okay. Perfect. Appreciate it. 310-840-4910. Let's get to another phone call here. James is next up in Baltimore on BetMGM tonight. What's up, James?
He dropped.
Oh, James dropped off. And in the topic line, our guy Lee and our Westwood One Studios had James in Baltimore on the call sheet, and his topic was on your hate for the Ravens. Look, Kate, I want to make one thing clear. I don't hate the Ravens. Oh, James is here.
Yeah.
What's up, James?
That you hate, you might not hate them, but you hating on them because everything you said don't make no sense. Out of all the teams you could pick to make the playoffs, both of y'all go for the team that's probably most likely to do it. And what you said just blew my mind, bro. Like any team can miss the playoffs. That's any team. But what is this? Lamar got to be the most disrespected quarterback in the world, bro. You talking about he can't carry a team? What?
I said I think we're running out of years where he does carry the team. And I just said before,
He's 29.
I feel like hold on. I said as a neutral, if I don't have skin in the game in the AFC, which I don't as a Giants fan, I feel like as football fans, we deserve to see Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen in the next couple of years play in the Super Bowl. So I want to see Lamar Jackson be in a Super Bowl. I feel like we're running out of years where he can carry a team and drag them across the line despite not having that great a talent around him on offense.
Dude, literally in his prime, bro. He like the best player in the NFL right now. The only person you can put up against him is Josh Allen. You can make the argument that he's right there with him, but there is nobody in the NFL that's better than he's in his prime. And you saying they talking about him getting more balanced. First off, he is the most balanced. He is balanced. He just threw for 4,000 yards, 41 touchdowns with only 3 picks 2 years ago. He's the all-time rusher for quarterbacks, all-time in rushing yards, and he's all-time in passer rating. And ain't nobody talking about him need to get more balance. People questioning whether or not he still wants to run, but that's crazy. He got hurt last year. That's why he wasn't running. People going off of his rushing attempts from a season ago when he was playing on one hamstring. That's what I'm saying,
yeah,
bro.
Well, James, I appreciate you standing up and defending Lamar Jackson, but I would say, hasn't that somewhat become a little bit of a theme here over the last 5 years? Lamar getting hurt at the wrong time, especially in the postseason. And for me, yes, he's a 2-time MVP. And some of the game, just still watching Lamar Jackson at times, it's like, wow, he's the only person in the NFL that can do that. But I don't know, Kate, do you feel like since the last year, the last 12 months, do you still feel like no doubt Lamar Jackson is right up there as the number 1 quarterback or 1A or number 2? Do you still feel that way about Lamar? Because I don't, and I feel like a lot of people really don't anymore.
I mean, I think he's top 3. I would put him in my top 3, top 4. But I think the bigger thing here is it's not can Lamar Jackson take them there? It's how many more years can he do it? And the balance we're not talking about balance in Lamar's game in terms of his ability to throw the ball and his rushing ability, but like balance within the organization of positions outside of quarterback for the Baltimore Ravens. Because Lamar could be basically perfect, but if Derrick Henry slows down, if the defense doesn't perform as well, if a rookie head coach comes in and can't get the job done, the Ravens aren't making the playoffs. Like, simple as that. So it's not solely, I mean, I know quarterback's the most important position in football, and a quarterback certainly can carry teams, but there's a lot of other things that have to go right within this Ravens organization. And that also includes Lamar Jackson staying fully healthy throughout the entire season. And it does seem like he gets injured at kind of the worst times when the Ravens are kind of in the playoff mix and need some wins at the end of the season. And all of a sudden something happens. So I think there's more factors than this just being a conversation of, is Lamar Jackson a top quarterback in the NFL?
Yeah, and here's the thing with me that separates why I have Josh Allen ahead of Lamar Jackson. It's the head-to-head in the playoffs. Josh Allen has thoroughly outplayed Lamar Jackson the 2 times they've played Buffalo, and the last 2 postseason losses for the Ravens. The loss against the Bills 2 years ago, Lamar Jackson had 2 turnovers, 2 costly turnovers. And in the AFC Championship game against the Chiefs, where they had home field advantage, Lamar Jackson, 2 turnovers. Again, 2 costly turnovers in each of their last 2 playoff losses. That's not, I mean, again, not everybody's perfect. Everybody's human. But it feels like Lamar has had those chances where, like, they had their path, things broke their way. They hosted the AFC title game against a Chiefs team that wasn't that great that year in the regular season. They scored 10 points. Now, again, you can absolutely take it out on Todd Monken for that, for sure. I believe it was Todd Monken, right? It wasn't Greg Roman, it was Todd Monken, because they had Lamar drop back 85% of that game, which was like completely going away from what they did all year. So yes, part of the reason, it's not all on Lamar's shoulders, but again, yeah, Kate, like we said, how many more years can he carry the rest of the team around him? And for somebody that is probably the most balanced quarterback in the NFL, okay, here's the thing. Last year, Lamar Jackson ran 67 times for 349 yards and 2 touchdowns. And I know he was hurt. He only played in 13 games. Still, in 2022, Lamar Jackson played only 12 games. He had 112 carries that year, 764 yards. He doesn't want to run the ball that much anymore to make sure he has longevity, to protect himself. But in doing so, he's made himself a little bit less valuable of a player, and he's made himself a little bit less elite of a player, in my opinion. Wouldn't you agree, Kate?
He's also made himself a little bit more easier to defend, right? Like the unpredictability of Lamar Jackson being able to take off is also something that has made him so successful. And when you're not taking off and you're not running quite as much, all of a sudden you're a little bit more predictable to the defense. I think that's easily something that could also contribute to this. I mean, the year before, you mentioned the 2022 season. 2021, he played 12 games, 133 carries, 767 yards. Basically the exact same season as that 22, but that's another year you can compare to where he only played 12 games and still was putting up those types of numbers versus what we saw last season.
310-840-4910, the number to join the show. But that was good. Look, we appreciate the passion. James in Baltimore, appreciate the call. 310-840-4910. And I get it. As a Ravens fan, you felt like at some point by now you would have had that Super Bowl appearance. You would have had that Super Bowl win in the in the Lamar Jackson era. Running out of time. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll get to some hot or cold. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Loud opinions and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
If I had $1 million, I definitely would not spend it all. Bad advice from Sublime. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. Before we get too hot or cold, we do have some tweets coming in. Again, you could tweet Kate at Kate Constable, and you could tweet me at Pat Boyle 44. Kate, we've got somebody tweeting in, Dave Farley, who posts a picture at what looks like a restaurant. And it's a picture of the White Sox game. And then it's a picture of a really good-looking burger and fries. And Dave says, listening to Kate Constable and the other Pat Boyle, because there's a Pat Boyle from NBC Sports Chicago, right?
Yes.
Listening to Kate Constable and the other Pat Boyle while watching the White Sox game with Dan Plesac on the call. That's a hell of a burger and fries there from Dave.
It really is. Dave is someone who tweets me often, listens to some of our stuff here on Westwood One Sports. So, Dave, appreciate you always supporting, listening, and yeah, I'm kind of jealous of that burger and fries right now. That looks pretty dang good. I could go for one of those.
Sports God tweets in, only problem I have with your Baker love / defense, or the defense of Baker Mayfield, is yes, he put up the numbers you mentioned, but throughout his career, he's an 8-9 quarterback over 16 to 17 games, and that's with the Browns having stud defenses. We know who Baker is, great underdog / chip on the shoulder guy, but when expectations are higher, he's just average. You don't pay 55 to 60 million / Hall of Fame quarterback money to an 8-9 career quarterback. You pay 35 to 40 million per year. 55 plus and above is reserved for Mahomes, Lamar, Allen, etc. Well, Sports God, I got news for you. $55 million is not reserved for those guys. $55 million a year. The following quarterbacks make $55 million a year. Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, Matt Stafford. And then the following quarterbacks make between 51 and 53. Jared Goff, Brock Purdy, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts. And Dak Prescott makes 60. And because of his contract getting recently reworked this offseason, Patrick Mahomes' AAV is now $64 million a year. But yeah, the years of I don't know. I know like inflation is crazy nowadays, year after year, but like 35 to $40 million, that was like Sam Darnold coming off of one good year in Minnesota, and that's what he's making now with the Seahawks. Daniel Jones last year got $44 million per from the Colts this past offseason, right? This past offseason got paid after a half of one good year and a torn Achilles, and Daniel Jones got $44 million per. So no, it's not reserved for the elite of the elite. It's like reserved for most of the middle tier to top tier starting quarterbacks. And I think Baker Mayfield is absolutely in that conversation now.
Like I'm Pat, we've been having this Baker Mayfield conversation all show long. People are so hot and cold on Baker Mayfield. Like either you are all in on him or you are all out on him, and no one wants to budge either way. I think that like the facts that you've thrown out of other quarterbacks that you're comparing him to in terms of the numbers, like that's where everyone needs to be looking. Not do we like him? Do we not? Can he win a playoff game? Can he not? Like what are other quarterbacks of his caliber making, and why is he not making similar money? Or if that's what he's asking for, is that ask too much?
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. We got one more tweet here. James at One With Self. This might be James from Baltimore that just called us last segment to defend Lamar Jackson. He tweets, how can you compare Lamar rushing yards from last year when he was playing injured to a year when he was healthy? You're operating in bad faith on that man's name. But we're used to your kind doing this. That seems a little racially charged, if I'm being honest. He more likely to win MVP this year than the Ravens missed the playoffs. Yeah, I'm going to gloss over your kind doing this. Maybe that's just people that in general that hate on Lamar Jackson, and hopefully has nothing to do with race. Because again, like I said, I feel like as football fans, we are owed Lamar Jackson playing in the Super Bowl. I would love to see Lamar Jackson play in a Super Bowl. You're saying I'm comparing rushing yards in a season where he was hurt. Again, he's often injured. He's been often injured. Over the course of the last 5 years, 3 out of those 5 seasons, he's missed at least 4 games in a year. That's not like, oh, Lamar rarely gets hurt, and the one time he does, everybody blows out of proportion. No. And he's missed playoff games because of injuries. So, yeah, of course I'm going to use his rushing yards from last year, whether he's playing hurt or not playing hurt. He's out on the field. And if he can't run, he is not the same electrifying, one-of-a-kind, can't-miss quarterback. He's not the top of the top with Josh Allen and Mahomes. And if you want to throw Stafford in that conversation now, he's coming off an MVP season. I think that's fair. So I really don't think it's that crazy that to say that now going into year 9, year 8 for Lamar Jackson, he's a 2-time MVP. Yes, he's incredible when he's healthy. But even then, he had all those chances. There were several opportunities for him to get the Ravens to a Super Bowl, including hosting an AFC title game. And he's played Josh Allen twice in the playoffs. He's been outplayed by Josh both times. So I'm sorry. The excuses are running out for Lamar.
Well, Pat, our good friend James has tweeted quite a bit at us, and all too often he's quoting me that Lamar's hurt going into the playoffs. Well, last season Lamar was hurt in, what was it, week 16, that game against New England. He only played minimal time there at a lower back injury in that game, I believe, only threw 10 passes in that one. And then he missed the following game against the Packers. Granted, they won that game against the Packers. And then, you know what, went into week 17. Sure, Lamar came back, but lost that game. So not an ideal time for Lamar to go out with 3 games left of the regular season and his team in the playoff hunt. James?
Yeah, fair point. Fair points. 310-840-4910. We will take a short break right now, and we will come back, and we'll leave plenty of time for the final segment for a little hot or cold with producer Zach Kroll. So we'll finish the Friday, we'll finish the week, we'll finish the month with a bang when we return. And any of your final phone calls and your final texts, 310-840-4910, and any of your final tweets as well, at PatBoyle44, at Kate Constable. This is BetMGM Tonight. We're coming right back to finish off the week on Westwood One Sports.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. Last chance to get in on the phones, 310-840-4910. I'll be on vacation next week, going back down to the Jersey Shore with the family. Plenty of beach soccer, a little bit of tennis, some running, a lot of unhealthy meals. That is for damn sure. Not that my family makes unhealthy meals, but Kate, like when you're on vacation, I don't know, like my mom, she'll just be like, oh, like I got like some Entenmann's cakes, or like I just got some mint chocolate chip ice cream to put in the freezer. And it's like the whole, like the gallon, like the big gallon. I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you do that to me?
You're on vacation from everything, Pat. You're on vacation from reality, job, apparently a healthy diet. I mean, I can't control myself on vacation when it comes to sweets and stuff. Like, I'll go, it's my excuse to go crazy for a week.
Okay. All right. Well, you make me feel a little bit better. But yeah, and then also I got my sister's got 5 kids, and like, some of them won't finish their meals. And it's like, I don't like food going to waste. I am a conservationist, Kate. So it's like, they leave a burger or they leave a hot dog. I was like, all right, I guess I'll have an extra burger. I'll have an extra hot dog. And then it's like, I didn't need that.
Yeah, but you know what, Pat? It is what it is. We all need a little week like that every once in a while. There's nothing wrong with having more than one burger.
Well, yeah, but then again, on the beach, you have the ice cream truck rolls up. Yeah. The guy gets off the ice cream truck. He starts shaking the bells and ice cream right away. We just got on the beach. 5 minutes later, we're running to get ice cream. And it's like, all right, I'll take care of it. I'll take them down. And then it's like, I'm staring at all the options. And it's like, all right, I'm getting them each a Chipwich. What, I'm not going to get a Chipwich? I mean, come on, let's go.
No, you have to.
Give me
you have to. Yeah, I would have no. Yeah, and then you tell them to get the one that you would want, knowing they're not going to finish it, and you get to finish it. I've done that before. No, Johnny, you don't want the bomb pop. You want the ice cream sandwich. Yep. I get to finish the ice cream sandwich.
There you go. You got it. You nailed it.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, I'll be on vacation next week. I know that our wonderful cast and crew. Kate, do you know what shows you're doing next week? Do you know what days?
You know what, Pat? I am also on vacation next week. Mine is a little bit, so I'm off all next week. I'm going to Texas. Who goes to Texas in the summer? It's going to be 110 degrees. Nice. But I'm taking my little girl to meet her aunt and uncle down in Texas. So nice. We're doing a little trip so she can meet some of the fam for the first time. So a little bit less of a like beach vacation type of a thing and more just kind of getting out of town for a couple days. But yeah, so I'm not on the show at all next week, unfortunately. A terrible week for me to not be available with both you and Brad out. I mean, I would have loved to have hosted all week, but I'm also taking a little time off.
Yeah, sorry, you have an excuse, though, to play. Are you driving or are you flying? You're definitely not driving.
Hell no, I'm not driving, Pat. No, I'm flying.
Yeah, well, then again, but you're in Chicago, so I don't know. Chicago straight shot down to Texas. I don't know, maybe it's only like 8 hours. Me and my family used to do the Outer Banks in North Carolina. That was like a 12-hour drive, and we would drive down there every year.
Nope. I am not. I do not do long distances in the car, and especially not with a 3-month-old. Nope.
Yeah, so that right there, that's the 3-month-old is absolutely not. Although good luck flying, because I remember my sister when we went to Germany. My brother lived in Germany in Leipzig for 10 years. He got his PhD, and when we flew across, her youngest, she had 3 at the time, and the third was he was like 8 months. So he was a little bit older than 3 months, I believe. He might have even been close to a year old. Cried for probably 6 out of the 8 hours on the plane. So, good luck. Now, you should have a short plane. Your plane ride should only be, 2 hours, 3 hours at most?
Yeah, it's only like 2.5 hours or so. But she's been on one flight so far, and she had a blowout, which, Pat, I don't know if you're familiar with a blowout, but that's when you blow your diaper out. So one flight so far, and pooped all over me. And I mean, we quickly just wrapped her up in whatever I had, like whatever blanket was at the time, so we didn't stink up the whole plane. But yeah, it didn't go very well the first time. We're hoping it goes a little bit better. And that was a 45-minute flight, Pat. This is about 2.5 hours. So we'll see how this one goes.
All right. So she's a vet though at this point. She's 3 months old and she's already going on her second flight. That's funny, by the way. You mentioned blowout because I think there's like the Huggies or whatever commercials, and it's like, protects from blowouts. And me and my brother, the first time we heard that, we were like, what the hell? And then, I mean, it's pretty obvious what it is.
You get very familiar with blowouts very quickly, Pat. And you get very familiar with just, poop on your lap, in your hands, sitting in 24B, and all of a sudden, things are happening. That's the joy of parenting.
Yeah, so the joke is that any time now, my sister, she just had her fifth, God bless her, first daughter. Anytime her baby girl goes number 2, it's like, can you check if she went to the bathroom? It's been a couple of times. Even it could be like very like slight poopage, but that she pooped. And me and my brother immediately go, blowout, got a blowout.
Yep. That's yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff.
Yeah. So anyway, that's great content. 310-840-4910. So Kate, you enjoy your vacation in Texas. You have an excuse to listen to Ella Langley the entire time. He's from Texas, I can tell by the way. You know that song, right? Please tell me
that one song. I know. Yep.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
good.
I know that song. Very familiar.
So you'll be in Texas. I'll be down the Jersey Shore. I know the Glass Man. I know PJ's hosting a bunch. I'm not sure the other days, but either way, me and Brad are both off. And once we get back, second week of August, it is pedal to the floor. So let's finish next 10 minutes here with a bang, with some hot or cold. Let's get producer Zach Kroll in the mix. He's done a great job filling in this week for Brandon Combs. Zach, what's up, man? What do you got for us?
Well, Pat, in case anyone who's listening missed it, earlier in the show, to begin the second hour, we did an entire segment on Big Ten Media Day, and Indiana head coach Curt Cignetti really calling out the SEC, and I do have a prompt related to his comments, so I'm going to send it over to our guy Lee to play what exactly Coach Sig said.
The Big Ten is the best league in football. And a lot of really good football teams. It's hard to win on the road. Very physical football teams, very well coached. It definitely prepares you for the playoffs. There's no doubt about it. The numbers speak for themselves. I mean, we don't run a hype machine up here in the Midwest. We believe everything's earned, not given. And when we fall short, we say we fell short. We don't cry a river, whine, and complain. All right? And that's why we're the best.
Coach Cignetti, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Of course, Curt Cignetti has every right to talk that way, given the fact that the Big Ten has won each of the last 3 national championships, and the SEC, who he was referring to, hasn't even made the national championship game since Georgia back in 2022 against TCU. So, our first prompt for hot or cold. Will the Big Ten Conference make Curt Cignetti look smart and win a 4th straight national championship this year? And if so, who do you think that team will be? Kate, as our fellow Big Ten representative on the show tonight, start with you. Hot or cold?
I mean, I got to represent my Big Ten. My Iowa Hawkeyes will not be winning a natty this year, that's for sure. But I think the Big Ten certainly has some teams that will be at the top or, high seeds within the college football playoff. I think Oregon's a team that could win the national title this year. Obviously, Ohio State is always in the mix every year. But also, Zach, this is a little bit of a workaround this. Curt Cignetti is still going to look smart as long as the SEC doesn't win. And there is a team that could win the natty that is not in the Big Ten or the SEC, and that's Notre Dame. So I think Curt Cignetti will be getting the last laugh regardless of if it's a Big Ten team or Notre Dame. So that's hot to answer the hot or cold question. Yeah, we'll throw the hot on that.
So, yeah. So Kate thinks that the Big Ten will win a 4th straight natty. I'm going cold because I think it's going to be the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. And you could say I'm a homer. You could say I'm biased, but I think this is finally Marcus Freeman and Notre Dame's year. They are stacked to the freaking gills, baby. Notre Dame, national champions, 2026-27. Book it.
Since this, I feel like this is the first time in a little bit we've talked college football on the show, at least the first time this week. So I am thinking like CJ Carr getting a lot of Heisman hype. He's, I believe, the co-favorite right now. You have Dante Moore, who many people right now project to be the number one pick in the NFL draft next year. Of course, Arch Manning is in the mix. You have Julian Sain at Ohio State. Many pundits are saying that this quarterback class is going to be the best one we've seen in quite some time. Does anyone have any thoughts on the hierarchy of quarterbacks in college football entering the season?
Kate?
Can you repeat that last question? Do we have any
thoughts on the hierarchy of who do you guys think is the best quarterback in college football entering this season?
Ooh. I mean, I think Dante Moore is up there. I'm an Arch Manning believer as well. I think he's gonna I just have a hard time with all the resources that he has as a Manning that he doesn't become good, extra good, better than he is right now. So I would go those two are kind of my top quarterbacks in college football this year. Julian Sayin, I think you could maybe put up there. I don't have a ton of faith in him being like a franchise quarterback long term in the NFL. And then CJ Carr, I think CJ Carr is going to be really, really good.
I wasn't even going to say it, Kate. I wasn't going to be super homer and say CJ Carr. I was going to say in terms of best college football quarterbacks, yeah, Julian Sain has to be up there, and I completely agree. I don't see him being a franchise quarterback, but, I mean, he had a 77% freaking completion percentage last year. He's super accurate, and he's got probably more future NFL receivers playing around him, so just put the ball in the right spot and let those guys do the rest. No, you know who I think? Because he got the court on his side. Trinidad Chambliss, after what I saw him do against Georgia, I think he's going to have a freaking monster season. I think Trinidad Chambliss, my early pick to win the Heisman. I think this kid is going to be it's hard to call him a kid. He's like 25 years old. But I think he's going to be a freaking beast this year. So Trinidad Chambliss, my pick.
I'm with Kate on Arch Manning. I was really impressed with how bad he started last year.
Yeah.
He was kind of written off, and then he played really well down the stretch. Texas beating Texas A&M. He played very well against Michigan in their bowl game as well. But the point is, I cannot wait for college football. Our next prompt here on Hot or Cold, we will get to the NFL. And earlier in the show, you guys discussed some of the surprise teams you have to make the playoffs, some of the surprise teams you have to miss the playoffs. And there is one team that we haven't brought up yet that I don't know which category they would fall in, honestly. Maybe they're a coin flip to make or miss the playoffs right now, but that is the Los Angeles Chargers, and we know the story around them is Justin Herbert. So, hot or cold, this will be the year for Justin Herbert to win his first career playoff game. Pat, we'll start with you.
I'm going to go cold. I'm sorry. It's something I have to see before I believe it. I'm not going to go out on a limb and say that Justin Herbert's going to win a playoff game when I think that some of the teams that'll be in the playoffs, the Buffalo Bills. He's not beating Josh Allen in a playoff game. I think the Bengals win the division this year in the AFC North. He's not beating Joe Burrow in a playoff game. I don't think he's going to beat Lamar Jackson and the Ravens in a playoff game. If he has to face Mahomes and the Chiefs in the either wild card round or, I guess, is that possible? Right, that they could play, because the Bears played the Packers, so you could have an intra-divisional game in the wild card round. He's not beating Mahomes and the Chiefs in a playoff game. His best bet is to play in that 4-5 game against the AFC South. But we've seen how that goes when he played the Texans defense. 4 picks, 2 pick sixes. So, maybe our guy Ross, if he's right and the Titans go on a Cinderella run and win the AFC South, and then the Chargers play the Titans in the 4-5 game, maybe that's Justin Herbert's best chance of finally winning his first playoff game. Otherwise, I don't see it. Cold.
I'm going cold, too, because of how Justin Herbert has performed in playoff games in the past. 0-for-3, so, I mean, obviously, but this question is about him winning his first one, but only 2 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, the blown lead against the Jaguars. I believe that was his first playoff game. I mean, that was just brutal. And then against the Texans last year, he hasn't even looked like the same quarterback when he gets in the playoffs. Everything just seems to fall apart. So I need to see a better, even if it's a loss, I just need to see a better performance overall before I can say that he's going to win one.
Yeah, Mike McDaniel, of course, one of the most impactful hires of the offseason. But I'm curious to see how they replace Jesse Minter as well, because that defense, I think, really played well over the course of the last few years. And man, that's one other storyline I just have my eyes on throughout the NFL this season is the amount of new coaches and coordinators in spots where their teams are expecting them to win. So should be good.
Zach, great job with Hot or Cold, brother. Enjoy your weekend, man. I'm pretty sure you'll probably be busy working, if not Saturday and or Sunday, right?
Yep, both days. But as you said earlier, we love the grind.
Keep grinding, brother.
We love the
Zach,
grind,
great
and
job.
I'll see you Sunday, Zach. I'll be on Sunday with Zach.
That's right.
Shout out
Vacation
you,
doesn't
Kate,
start
because
till
you're
Monday.
awesome. Thanks hanging out. Yeah, your vacation doesn't start till Monday. Thanks for hanging out for all 5 hours. Always a blast to hang out with you, Kate. Give her a follow on Twitter at Kate Constable. Shout out Zach Kroll. Great job. Max Sheedy, great job filling in for Monty. Shout out our guy Lee DeLapp in the Westwood One Studios. Josh Graham's coming up next. I'm on vacation. I'll see you next Monday. I'm Pat Boyle. BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports.
This